And then you just want to call to order the meeting. It is 6:03.
I'd like to call the meeting for 6/1 at 6:03 to order for the Land Use Board meeting. We'd like to start off with the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance
I pledge allegiance
To the flag.
to the flag of the United
States
States,
of America,
to the
and to the republic
for which
which
it stands,
stands one nation,
nation, under God,
God, indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
for all. And now, the reading of the Sunshine Law.
Pursuant to the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in the entrance hall of the Beach Haven Municipal Building and mailing the same to Beach Haven Times and Asbury Park Press. This meeting is a judicial proceeding. Any requests or comments must be limited to issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision for each individual application. The quorum appropriate to a judicial hearing.
Did you hear what I was saying?
No, must be
No.
maintained at all times.
This is weird. I can't hear anybody.
I can hear you now. Are you okay, Nancy?
Penny?
Yes.
It's Penny. I still don't have audio. I'm listening to it on my phone.
Okay.
I don't understand what's going on here.
I can
We can-
leave her on speaker and she can join in through mine if you'd like.
Okay, that's fine with me.
It's just so weird. I can hear a thing.
Nancy, All right, we're gonna do roll call. If anybody on the board can help me and unmute yourself, that would help me as well. Okay, so for roll call, Mayor Davis is here. She's just not here right now. Mr. Cactus? Mr. Allen?
Here.
Wait a second.
Mr. Stevens?
John, get on?
Here.
Mr. Pisano? Mr. Metal? Mr. Muha?
Here.
Mr. Herensky?
Here.
Mrs. Eddles?
Here.
Mr. Genna? Jerry's here.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Tinquist?
Here.
Mrs. Baxter?
Here.
Mrs. Lenhart? Do you have the agenda?
Colleen,
Yes, Nancy.
is Dawn, I'm here. I've been, did Dawn get on?
Don is here. I can't hear him.
Oh, that's what I was trying to say. He was having trouble. I don't know why. Let me call him on my phone and you can at least hear him on the phone, okay?
Okay.
And is there a dog in the background?
I was gonna say, who has the dog?
Whoever has it should mute their phone.
Okay. So for new business is the approval of minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve May 4th minutes?
Motion to approve. That's Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Second, that's Scott.
I don't know.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the bills for the month?
I make a motion to approve the bills for the month. Ken Muha.
I'll second. That's Dan.
Thank you.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Ken, do you have the agenda with you, or do you want me to keep going?
I have the agenda.
Okay, go ahead.
The following applications have been reviewed by the three-person review board. First, Farm to Sea Stand, 2200 South Bay Avenue, Block 16, Lot 5, has been approved with the following conditions. The stand is approved for the year 2020 only. It can be readdressed next year for any future business. Hours of operation are Monday through Saturday, 9 to 2 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. No deliveries of any kind. Produce will be brought in by the owner daily. Produce sales only. No beverages or prepackaged goods. No seating allowed. Trash will be taken off-site by the owner daily. Vehicles will not interfere with the neighboring properties. Secondly, D Treasure Schooner Wharf 325 9th Street, Block 202, Lot 1 has been approved to open a cart to sell beach decor gifts and souvenirs. Third, Pizza Boy Schooner Wharf 325 9th Street, Block 202, Lot 1 has been approved to open a cart to sell pizza toppings and jarred sauces. Lastly, Shipbottom Brewery, curbside 830 North Bay Avenue, has been approved to use the cart next to the Crust and Crumb Bakery with the following restrictions. No purchases are to be made from the cart. No employees are to be stationed at the cart. All pickup purchases will be made and designated at spots on 9th Street, Taylor Avenue, or Seagull Lane. No digital or electrical signage. No alcohol is located at the cart, and the cart is approved for the year 2020 year only. Complete. Resolutions. Resolution 2020-04-219B, Norwood Avenue, Block 101, Lot 13, Jeffrey and Jessica Dieter.
Mr. Muha, Ken,
Yes, Stu.
Ken, if I can interrupt you for a moment, I'm sorry. I made a modification to that resolution and sent it before the meeting to all the members. So there is a revised resolution. Small revision. I spoke to Colleen earlier today, and I had spoken to Jim Pisano. And the changes in that particular resolution were indicating that the applicants did in fact receive a certificate of occupancy when they acquired the property. And initially they were permitted to, they applied to comply with the governor's order, the statute that dealt with raising buildings to bring them into compliance with the base flood elevation requirements of FEMA. That particular, there was information that I added to the resolution setting forth those facts, and that they didn't get a CO when they purchased the property and lawfully occupy it. So that's, you all have it, but that would be the resolution that we would be adopting, that the board would be adopting tonight.
Okay.
So we would need a motion on that resolution.
Do we have a motion for that resolution?
Hold on, I'm unmuting.
Motion to approve the resolution as written in the revision. That's Dan.
I second that motion, Nicole Baxter.
The only people who can vote for this
No, I can't
particular
vote.
resolution are those who voted in favor of the denial of the application.
Oh, I think I'm out of that one. That was a D
You are.
variance, right? We
Yes.
didn't vote for that. So
No,
I have
I
to
can't.
rescind my motion.
Thank you.
So we need one more motion to approve the resolution. Nicole Baxter is one.
I'll make a motion to approve. Ken Muha.
That would have been Mr. Cactus, Mr. Middle, Mr. Muha,
Yes.
Mr. Herensky,
Yes.
Mrs. Eddles,
I lost her. She dropped the call, so I don't know if she's coming.
She
She's
is on
muted.
the
I see
call.
her on the bottom of my screen.
She's having a hard time connecting to audio. And then Mr. Genna,
Yes.
I don't know if that's good, Stu.
That would be, that's the only members who voted. There were only 7 members who voted on that application.
Mhm.
I know there were not 5 affirmative. I forget the actual vote, but those members who
Annie,
voted
is that you
to
again?
deny the application would be voting to adopt the resolution.
There's just some that are here that I can't contact. So I don't know if that,
Who would that be?
Penny Eddles is one. Don is another. And that would be it.
Can Penny hear you?
Can you hear me, Penny?
I can hear, and I called back in, so I'm on somebody's speakerphone.
Okay, there she goes.
Okay. And was your vote yes to approve the resolution?
Yes.
Penny, do you have 2 Zooms going at once?
No, I turned the other one on. Is that what that is?
Yeah, because there's a feedback, and you might have
It's-
2 going.
The feedback is coming through through my phone. I'm getting
Okay.
you twice.
All right. Then I think that's it of everybody that's here.
Okay, then that would be fine. So that resolution passes. Don, before you call the next resolution, that was revised earlier in the day as well. Based upon my discussions with Colleen and Frank Little, there were some questions as to the specification, which we laid out. It was testified to. I just clarified that the plan that was submitted is the plan that's being approved for both, for the slippage, the dockage, and the variances from parking. Well, other than that, I would ask that that resolution be approved as submitted.
This is resolution 20205, 112 Northwest Avenue, block 141, lot 3, 3.01, Margaret and Patrick Damiani.
Just
have
so
a-
the board's aware, this application was bifurcated at the last meeting. All that was acted upon was the application for a parking variance to permit the addition of 7 additional transient boat slips. And the board found that those slips, there would be 19 transient slips and 12 rental slips for the applicant where indicated on Mr. Marciano's plan. The actual request for the additional seating is going to be heard tonight under new business. The board received a revised plan from East Coast Engineering, which they will act upon this evening. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll do a motion to approve. That's Dan.
I second it. It's Ken.
Mayor Davis?
Yes,
Mr. Cactus?
Colleen,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but I think part of this noise is my computer says unmute, and it's slashed. Can you unmute me?
I've
then
been
maybe
trying
I can-
to, and I can't, so you can try yourself. But if you go down to the
It's not
bottom,
working if I do it.
Um,
I'm trying, but it won't let me go.
Okay.
Sorry.
it's okay. Yeah, it's
So
not,
hang up on the phone. Get rid of that.
okay. Yeah, there's just a mute option down at the bottom. If you, okay. Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Mr. Pisano,
Yes.
Mr. Meadow, Mr. Muha,
Yes.
Mr. Herensky,
Yes,
Mrs. Eddles.
I lost her again.
I can see her. Mr. Ginn,
Yes.
Mr. Tinquist,
Yes.
Mrs. Baxter,
Yes.
Mrs. Lenhard. Not here. Okay.
Okay, we'd like to open up the public hearing part, application 202010, Faisal Mohammed, the Gyro Heaven, 909 North Bay Avenue, Block 206, Lot 2. The applicant is seeking a minor site plan exemption for change of use from the retail space to a takeout restaurant. Is the applicant here?
Yeah. Go ahead. You're unmuted. You can talk.
Hey, my name is Faisal Mohammed, and I submitted the application for the minor site plan exemption for the 909 North Bay Avenue. And I submitted the layout from the inside. The property does not need any kind of change for the whole exterior or the interior. The only thing that will be installed is a hood, and everything else is basically in good shape. And we might upgrade the electrical system and some lights and switches. That's the only thing that's going to be done to the building.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Give me a moment.
I have some photos also that I can share with everybody.
So this was the prior use was the Sunglass Menagerie.
Yes.
Ms. Mohammed, what are your hours of operation going to be?
9 to 10, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And there's not going to be any seating proposed at the inside the restaurant?
I do have some bar stools and 2 tables, but it's basically a takeout. But people would like to sit. I don't know. It's a fast food place. It's not something like a restaurant where you serve.
So there's not going to be any wait service?
Absolutely not. No.
All counter service?
No.
Where's the service going to come from?
It's basically takeout. So you put the food in the bag and give it to them, basically. Pack it up, basically. Oh, you mean counter service? Or counter service?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I mean, they're going to come and buy the food, and then that's it. Nobody's waiting on them, other than somebody taking their money and giving them the food.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Mohammed, will the venting go through the roof or out the side?
Out the side.
Okay.
I
assume
have a comment.
the north side?
Yes.
10th Street side, okay.
So this is Scott. I've got a question. If people choose to take their food once you've given it to them and sit at the counter, who will clean up after them?
Of course, the people working there.
Okay. But you've accounted for that in your plan?
Yes.
I have a comment. It's Nancy. I talked to Bonnie about this because I just had some questions. And there is a bathroom in the back of the building. Can people utilize that bathroom if they need that?
No.
No?
Yeah, we don't have that because they would have to walk through the kitchen, and we do not want people to walk through the kitchen. Like the way we prepare the food.
I mean, is there a way, I mean, like at the Holiday Snack Bar, they have a bathroom, but you have to go outside the building and enter it from a separate spot. I just didn't know. I just thought that was an issue.
If you would like me to make it a way for people to be able to use the restroom, I can do that. But if so far we did not plan on letting people use restrooms, yeah.
Hi, this is Nicole Baxter here. I just had a quick question. If you do have the seats inside and you don't have a bathroom for your patrons, I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. I'm curious about that. Can someone advise on that, Frank?
I really don't have an answer for that. That would be the building department. as to whether
Would
it's
it be the
actually.
Board of
required.
Health as well?
I would think it would be the Board of Health also.
I think you could easily solve that problem by letting people walk, if you had a door to the bathroom in the back of the building, so they didn't have to walk through the kitchen. If it is a Board of Health, I was curious about that. I called Bonnie, and because I was, she didn't want to okay this on the 3-person committee, and that was one of her issues, the bathroom situation. But I know other places do that. You have to literally go outside, but there is a bathroom that they can go to. So that might, if that is an issue with the Board of Health, that's one way you could solve it.
Is it possible to have a portable one there temporarily? So he can get started?
Yeah, you can do that. I can definitely let the customers come in from the rear entrance to use the restroom. I can make some changes and move the sink to a different location and make it easy for people to go there.
So does the bathroom have to be ADA compliant? Like if you're gonna renovate that building and put a kitchen in, wouldn't you have to have a bathroom that was ADA compliant? And it's hard, Nancy, to go outside and into a bathroom to something that you're going to do proposed changes to, not just, Holiday Snack Bar has been there forever before a lot of this stuff got implemented.
This is Jim Stevens.
Get the layout, and where it says 3-bay sink, what I can do is instead of putting it there, I can move the location somewhere else and make a straight, like they can just walk across and go into the restrooms. I can do that.
This is Jim Stevens. It could well be an issue of what the code is. I mean, if the bathroom is triggered on a number of seats, let that stand, and let them either keep under those number of seats or have the bathroom. But I'm not sure what the code would be.
I can take the tables out and just keep them as the bar stools.
Mr. Mohammed, do you have fryers underneath that hood?
One fryer.
So you're going to have a dry system in there then?
Yes.
So then I think that you're going to have to adhere to the codes, at which point you could then ask about the bathrooms. I think that Nancy's right. If you have seats, you're going to need access to a bathroom.
So what do you suggest I do? This is new to me, so.
I think Nancy's suggestion with the outdoor access, if it's possible, is the easiest for you.
I think the first thing we have to find out is what the Board of Health requires, and that's easy. I think if it were just purely takeout, you probably wouldn't need a bathroom. But
correct.
Wawa, for example, they had to provide bathrooms when they started giving all that food service in there. So even the old Wawas have to let you use their bathroom that used to be just for employees. So I think we need to check with the Board of Health on that. And
Is the board going to be
say,
comfortable
if it's
approving
required,
this, if it's approved with, subject to the Board of Health, or do you want something definitive with the bathroom?
I'd feel comfortable with something definitive with the bathroom at this point.
And I'm sure it's spelled out in the construction code. I don't know if it's a Board of Health issue or a construction code.
Well, I'm going to say Board of Health and Construction Department.
Well, once I get approved by you guys, the next step is going to the Board of Health and see what they are going to tell me to change or to add. So, I actually went to Board of Health. I called them and I said, hey, I'm in the process. And they said, I have to wait till the zoning is approved.
The way I would suggest this, if you're satisfied with the members, and I'm not ready, if the seating as proposed, the number of seats as proposed is acceptable without wait service, and you definitely want a bathroom, we would indicate that if it's approved, it's subject to a bathroom. As far as the mechanism and the type of bathroom and the access would have to be determined and approved by the construction department and the Board of Health, and/or the Board of Health, whoever takes jurisdiction. I think it's not for the board to tell them how to run their bathroom, but if you do want to make sure there's a bathroom there, that could be a condition of approval, because Mr. Mohammed indicated he could accommodate that.
I think that's fair.
Agreed.
Go to Frank, I think. Frank, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, as far as approving it subject to the Board of Health, is that what you're referring to?
And assuring that there's a bathroom placed in the particular location.
I would think that the Board of Health would be the governing factor here. If they, depending on how the use is, they might not require the bathroom if it's strictly takeout. So I think if you're going to approve it, it would just be subject to the Board of Health and whatever the current construction code is for this size facility.
Leave that to the board then.
Does anybody on the board have any other questions for Mr. Mohammed?
Yes,
No.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm just looking at the minor site plan. Mr. Mohammed, you're not going to have more than 3 to 5, it says no more than 5 employees. And the signage, you're going to comply with the borough zoning, signage ordinances. And it's takeout with hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. And the seating is for convenience of your customers only, and that's as set forth in the floor plan. So how many seats are you showing within the site so we're clear? It looks like there's eight at the 2 tables have 8 seats, and then you have another 6, so that would be
14.
14 seats total. And that's what's before the board to vote on tonight, is that correct?
Yes, good, yeah.
I just had a couple more. I have another question, Nicole Baxter here. I was wondering, right now that I didn't get a chance to drive by today, but I'm familiar with the site. Is there a dumpster in the back?
Yes,
Just
we
because.
have.
Okay, and then you have a fryer. So do you have your, you're gonna need other things like that. So he has to adhere to the proper dumpster with the gate around it. And is there
What's to follow for how to dispose of like waste materials and stuff. So we have to follow that, yeah.
And your deliveries and everything will be able to access that site?
Deliveries we do not have because we do our own shopping. So we don't require delivery right now. So as of now, we do not require deliveries.
Anyone else on the board have a question?
This is Don Caxis. Can you hear me? I'm just letting you know that I finally got in.
Good.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Do we want to open this up to the public?
That would
Yes.
be normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Any more board members have anything, or any of the, Frank or Nicole, do you have anything? Not Nicole, Frank or Colleen?
No.
No.
Well, let's open this portion up to the public for any questions.
Does anybody in the public have a question regarding this minor site plan? If you need to, you can either unmute yourself, or in your participant section, there is a raise hand option as well. Does not seem to be any questions.
Okay, at this point, we'll close the public hearing portion of this application. Do we have a motion to approve based on health and/or construction code verification that this is acceptable.
This is Scott, and make a motion to approve under those conditions.
Is there a
This is
second?
Dan. This is Dan. I'll second under those conditions.
I second this, Penny.
All right, Mayor Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Cactus,
Yes.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Mr. Pisano,
Yes.
yes. Mr. Metal,
Yes.
Mr. Muha,
Yes.
and Mr. Horinsky.
Yes.
Okay. That application is approved.
Thank you.
Application 2020-07, Patrick and Margaret Damiani at 112 Northwest Avenue, Block 141, Lot 3 and 3.01. The applicant wishes to increase the seating from 44 to 61 seats. Are there any questions from anyone on the board?
Just before we start, Mr. Muha, where this is actually a continuation of the prior meeting, so all of the documents that were previously entered into evidence will continue into evidence. However, we did receive a revised plan on the dated May 20th, which is from Jason Marciano at East Coast Engineering, and this is called a site plan. And I think we are up to, this shows the slips. And on the bottom of the plan, there is an outdoor seating layout prepared by the engineer. And for this particular plan, if you give me 1 second.
Are these okay for everybody to see if they're both up at the same time and side by side?
That would be fine, but I'm looking for the, all right.
I still see your file screen, not the actual picture.
Oh,
Same here.
same here.
Oh, there you go.
There we
There you
go.
I can only do one at a time. Sorry, thought I could do both.
That's a different seating plan than what is on the current drawing.
Well, the
Colleen.
current drawing is the drawing dated, the last
520.
drawing we have is May 20th, 2020. I saw something emailed over, but that was today. Is
Right,
that what
that-
we're supposed to be looking at?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We have to hear from the applicant.
I think that's just part of it. The most of the increased seating was all like counter seating along the dock, along the bay. It was mostly like, not table seating, but counter-like seating.
Well,
That's
there
still
seems to
there.
be a
There's
dining
another
bar
picture.
here.
I went through this pretty carefully today. There is another picture that has all the newer seating. This is the older seating.
Is Mr. Rabin on this Zoom meeting?
He is.
Can he present this
Yeah.
balance of this application first?
I just want, okay, and then I'll introduce whatever he tells me to introduce into.
Thank you. James Rabin on behalf of the applicant, Margaret and Patrick Damiani. If I could just clarify first, so the screenshot that Colleen just had showing was what was submitted today. What happened was back on, I forget the exact date, 2 Fridays ago, we had submitted the revised plan from Jason Marciano. And since that time, Margaret Damiani, the applicant, moved some of the tables around to represent what the seating would look like during coronavirus when there's social distancing in place. The plan submitted by Jason Marciano did not take into account any social distancing. So that was the reason for the submission of what Colleen was just showing earlier. Was she just rearranged the tables in a manner where she thought people would be spread out more evenly. It has the same number of seats at 61, just organized in a different manner. So that's sort of the temporary plan. The plan submitted by Jason Marciano represents the permanent seating plan when things are back to normal.
Okay.
Can we see that one? The
You
one,
have that one, Colleen?
I do. Hold on one second. The original one, right?
Yes.
So the original plan that I was just referencing is going to be entered into evidence under today's date as Exhibit A6. And that's the 520 plan of Marciano. And then today we received a revised plan that Colleen is going to put up on the screen.
Okay, I have the revised ones, and I thought I saved the other one, so I'm just gonna have to look for that. So I will share these revised ones with you. This is the seating.
that's the one that's been presented with social distancing.
Correct.
Okay.
How many seats does that show?
61, the same number that was on Jason Marciano's plan, just arranged in a different manner.
She just spaced the tables at 6 feet.
So we have some of those, this is Don Caxis, we have some of those tables in the parking lot now, right?
Yes, it is into the parking area, I presume. I can have the applicant testify to that. But before we go any further with the seating, I would just like to say that Jason Marciano, who prepared the updated seating plan, is only available until he has to jump off a little more before 7 o'clock because he has another meeting. So if there's any questions regarding Mr. Marciano's plan, I would like to start with that if we could, just because we only have him for a limited time.
Why don't we swear him in? Mr. Marciano, are you here?
Yes.
Do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
Yes, I do.
And you're currently licensed as a professional engineer, a professional planner in this state?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Marciano has testified previously before the board, so we will accept his qualifications in those capacities.
Thank you. So by way of background, at the prior hearing, I inadvertently did not submit a hand-drawn seating plan that the applicant had prepared. So at the meeting, last month's meeting, the board had requested that we carry the seating portion of it and that I submit that plan following the hearing. I went ahead and did that, and Mr. Little responded and stated that he wanted to have a more detailed plan to scale since the last one was hand-drawn. So what Mr. Marciano did was present a revised site plan with scales, seating included, and he also put in some parking spaces and included a little bit more detail on the plan in accordance with Mr. Little's request. So at this point, I'll basically just open up any questioning to Mr. Marciano in the interest of time.
Okay, this is Frank Little. I had an opportunity to send this plan to the Ocean County Fire Marshal. The fire marshal came back and gave me a statute number that indicates that if you have 50 or more people in a seating area, you have to have a clear aisle width of 44 inches in order for people to have egress to and from the site. In looking at the 10 scale plan, it doesn't appear that that 44-inch aisle exists. So I'm not sure how you can get these additional 17 seats in there and meet that requirement. Just looking at the plan, it's a 10 scale. I mean, if somebody's at a stool and backs the stool up, they pretty much block any access aisle coming from the dock to exit at the ramp out to the parking area. The social distance plan seems as though it might have that aisle width, but ultimately the plan that's being submitted for approval will be the plan dated 5/20. And I believe in a situation like this, where we have a lot of people between people leaving boats and also being seated, We do need to have a clear access aisle in the event there's an emergency. So I'm really concerned about whether you can even meet that condition with 61 seats in this limited area.
So Frank,
Mr. Marciano, can you respond to that?
Yes, the easternmost seats where you see the 3 round tables, we have that 44 inches, but we don't have it, as Frank pointed out, where you have more of the stool or counter seating. There, it's a little tight. That's the area where it's tight. So perhaps seats can be rearranged to provide that. That wasn't a requirement I was familiar with. So again, we showed the picnic tables at scale and the round tables at scale, but needing that aisle width would require a plan modification to make that work. Again, it's more on the eastern side of the patio area that would have to be modified.
so this is Scott. I've got a question, and it might seem silly, but does the egress need to be to the street or just off the property? I mean, for a fire, technically, not to be funny, you could go jump in the bay.
Well, my understanding, it's really in the seating area, and it's to allow people to get through the seating area to the entrance, which I believe would be the ramp into the parking lot. So if they're coming off the dock or if they're coming in to go to the dock, you can't have tables and chairs to the point where they can't get by without pushing somebody out of the way. And if clearly, if you look at this plan, all the stool seating against that last table near the dock, it's
very tight.
Severely restricts access. And I would think if somebody's sitting on a stool, it's not going to be right up against the table. It's going to be out a little bit. And as such, you're actually blocking the aisle width in that area. I don't see how you could actually do this without eliminating seats.
Do you happen to have that? Go ahead.
That last table just before the stools, I think if that was removed, then stools could remain. But that's 6 seats he's losing. But that's right in the way of all the stools on all sides. If they remove that table, then the stools might be okay.
This is Tom Metal. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I agree with Penny. If maybe a couple of seats those 6 tops go to a 4 top each, that would give you plenty of room there. But my other concern is how wide is that ramp? It's hard to tell. I drove by it and I looked at it without going up onto the property and actually measuring. Again, you're going to have people, that first table there, if they're running to get out, if they knock over a chair, you're gonna that whole thing is going to be it's a huge bottleneck, and it's a very big concern firematically, because you're going to also have firemen running in, or police officers or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of a tight squeeze right there.
This is Ken. I agree. If you took one of the 6 tops and say you took the westernmost 6 top out and rotated the middle 6 top 90 degrees, would that allow enough egress?
I don't believe it would, based on the scale of the plan. I mean, the minute you turn those tables, they're kind of lined up, and you're still backed up against each other.
Mrs. Damiani has her hand raised. I don't know if she's allowed to speak on this.
We can have her sworn in. Mr. Rabin, do you want to call your client?
Sure. At this time, I'll call Margaret Damiani.
Ms. Damiani, do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate? Margaret, you're going to tell the truth? Can she unmute? I don't see her.
See her, she's on mute.
Oh, she's getting connected. I'm sorry.
There she
I-
is.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you
Yeah.
now.
She's calling in.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the two fire marshals were there the other day, and they told me that it looked like I had plenty of egress, being that it was outside, that in case of a fire, people could either exit to the water or out the gateway. And I said that if you needed me to remove part of that gateway, that I would be willing to make that wider, no problem. I could just remove it all together to make the entrance and exit wider into the area.
Margaret, it's Frank Little. When they were there, did they see the tables laid out the way they're shown on this plan? Or were there any tables at all there?
No, there was tables there, but I might not have had one picnic table in there because I have it out front getting ready for, the 6-foot distancing.
The only reason I mention this is the gentleman that I spoke to at the main office had sent those two gentlemen down there to look, and he reported back to the main office. The main office contacted me and gave me the statute number and said that the aisle width has to be clearly delineated at 44 inches. So the only way you can really do that is to literally mark it on the deck. I don't see how
He
else you
talked
can
to me
do it.
about markings, but he didn't feel that was necessary. He felt that I had enough room and that, that I really need to put tape down. I said, I will if you want me to put tape down to mark it out.
Well, I think that's the way to do it. You're asking for an increase of 17 seats, and I'm sure that you didn't have 61 seats set up for a man to see them. And as I said, the
No,
gentleman
I didn't quite. I was minus one table.
the gentleman I'm dealing with had indicated he sent these two people down to look to report back to him. And his name is Dan Mulligan, was the one that finally sent me an email stipulating the requirements. And then looking at the plan, clearly the aisle width is not there. And if people are sitting in those chairs and happen to back up and sit away from the counter, it's clearly not going to be there. So
why don't I remove one of the picnic tables and only ask for 55 feet?
It's not so much that as having the plan clearly show the 44-inch wide path and then setting the tables up around it to make sure nothing's encroaching into it. I don't think we have that in front of us.
The 44-inch wide path you want from the bar stool?
Well, from the dock all the way to the exit ramp.
Okay.
Because you're really restricting where people can walk off the dock where the stools are currently set up. In that easterly, southeasterly corner, you've got probably one stool width between the rest, and then you have seating there also. Unfortunately,
Do you
the
have that
plan was,
statute number handy? I'm sorry.
yeah, it's NJAC 5:70-3 1018.1 aisles.
Thank you.
And for more than 50 people, you need an aisle width of 44 inches. For less than 50, you need 36.
So
Frank,
then can I go for 49 seats?
It's up to you. And you need a 36-inch aisle.
At this point, I don't know. I guess I would have to come back before the board again for this. Correct?
I don't really have any further comment at this point, other than the fact we need a 44-inch delineated aisle width and we don't have it. So something's got to give.
So I think she's saying that she would reduce her seats, right? If she could get it approved tonight, right?
Yeah, if I just go to 50 for now, is that fine?
Frank, is it 49 that brings it down to 36?
Yes.
So it'd be 49, Margaret.
All right, and then I'll just come back before the board once I get it marked out.
If I can add, this is Jason Marciano. I think if we can eliminate one of the picnic tables, again, they're fixed picnic tables with the benches attached, so people aren't pushing their seat back from there. Turning them doesn't really solve it, but if we eliminate one, but then we could put the other two picnic tables, I'll say, that are more centered in the patio, we can move them to the south a little bit, maybe put a chair on either end and get that 44-foot aisleway, 44-inch aisleway in there. It would require a reduction of 3 seats from this plan, but it would eliminate one table and move the other seats to the ends of the other tables. And of course, we would show that on the plan for review, but I think we would get 44 inches in the whole patio area.
Jason, what if you, this is Ken, what if you took those seats that are on the most westerly side on the dock, and I've seen that dock, what if you, I realize you want to face them west so that they see the sunset, but what if you put them on the other side, so all they had to do was turn? Would that help you with the distancing between, I guess that would be the southern western corner and those seats?
Can I? That wouldn't
yeah,
work,
that would,
actually.
well, we'd be pretty close. It's pretty close to the 44 inches then, coming between where it says roof covered area and that counter. That might help moving them to the dock side. And again, we would, show that clear 44 inches in there. The counter itself may have to be reduced a little bit at the very end.
Just out of curiosity, I'm looking at the plan, and on the south side, you have the covered roof with the 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 8 seats, 4 under and 4 out. What if you got rid of one of those rows of seats? This is Dan, by the way.
Yeah,
You see
thanks,
what I mean?
Dan. That I don't. We might allow us to slide the picnic tables more southerly and get some more room on the north side of it, but it still doesn't get us off the dock in a clear 44. So most likely moving them to the dock side of that counter would be the best solution. And again, eliminating that picnic table, as I said earlier, and moving 3 of those seats over.
Just trying to find a way to get your room without losing a full 6 seats. You could lose 4, maybe 5, the one on the end of the dock.
Yeah, again, I think if we put a chair at the end of, as we show on the one picnic table, we had a chair on the end. So we could, again, put 3 chairs to make 2 picnic tables have a total of 8 people. That would only eliminate 3 seats from this drawing. And again, move those 6 counters, the dock counter, to the east side of that bar top.
This is Jim Stevens. As far as the aisle, you're going to need an aisle for people to access the restroom, enter, to come in, come out, waitresses, and etc. And until she lays it out in the real world, sometimes it's hard to see it on paper. So is it possible to do the approval with up to 57 seats, but it's going to be based on the fire marshal access, ingress, egress, or however you want to call it, that it's okay as far as the codes? But she's still going to need those aisles anyway for people to come in and come out. So she has to have an aisle. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, this is Don Caxis. I got a question for Frank. Frank?
Yes.
Is it with the seats butted up against the tables, or is it with the seats that provide for the people moving away from the tables? Because 44 inches, if the people move away from the tables, I mean, it's got to be more than, I would think that you got to show some distancing when people leave the tables. So I don't know what the code says, but 44 inches in my mind, it should be after the people are sitting away from the table.
I believe you're right. It's got to be clearly delineated and kept free.
It's got to be kept.
Right.
Go ahead, Frank.
Got to be a clear aisle. You can't paint it on the floor and then have people sitting.
I'm up right now.
So you can't have people, you can't delineate the aisle and then have somebody sit in a chair and be sitting in the aisle. So the clear 44 inches has to have no encroachment from somebody sitting in a chair.
This is Penny. I wonder if she would be willing to just go down to the 49 seats. That would be 36 inches aisles, right? And then go back to the drawing board and see if she can figure it out at another time and come back to get her more seating with more aisle space. At least,
I mean,
You could get
I be-
started with 39 or 49.
I mean, I'm sure with 49 seats, you can make the 36-inch aisle width work.
Right.
44-inch aisle width.
36
Oh,
for
36 is
49.
50.
Okay.
If it's over 50, it needs to be 44, 50 and over.
Well, she did mention that she'd be willing to do that before. Is that how, we want to proceed with this?
I think that's her only bet at this time.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what, and then I'll just go back and lay it out and have fire marshal come and approve it.
So
I think
Mark,
it's okay, but I'll do 49 for today.
so this is Ken. So for the sake of expediency, you'd be willing to go down to 49. Frank has confirmed that he's pretty sure that 36 would work at 49, and you would just subsequently lay out the format for the 49 seats.
Okay.
Should Frank sign off on that? Because, make
I
sure
would
gonna
add
that,
the
need to
fire
see-
marshal.
We're going to need to see a plan
that's what I
with
mean. Yeah.
49 seats and a 36-inch delineated aisle width.
And that
Correct.
layout would have to be approved by the fire marshal and subject to Frank's, passing on it.
Sure.
Yeah, this is
So basic-
Jason. I need to jump to another meeting. I apologize, but what I'm hearing is 49 seats will delineate a 36-inch aisle, and then we'll update the plan that can go to the fire marshal as well as Frank, for review. So with that, that's unfortunately, like I said, I have to go, but I will, I'll make that change to the plan and get it resubmitted.
Okay.
Well, if we're resubmitting, should she just try and figure out how to make 41 inches work, or
It's 44 inches and 61 seats.
that's it? Yeah.
Not going to work.
Right.
Well, can I do the 49 seats tonight, or should I
Well, we
just
need to see,
resubmit
I think,
the 61?
Well, there
I
would be,
think-
if it was a 49, I would think there would be an approval subject to the plan. Is that what
Correct.
Frank? Is that what you're telling me, Frank? I'm trying to.
Yeah,
get
that's what I would recommend. I can't believe you wouldn't be able to make it work with 49 and 36. I think you could lay that out without a problem.
So the question for Margaret would be if she'd be willing to bring it down to 49 seats, and Frank's pretty sure we can make it at 36. The approval will be contingent upon the fire marshal and Frank's review saying that this works.
Okay.
yeah, that sounds good to me.
And if we ultimately wanted to come back in for the 61 seats, we would then have to make a new application to the board, I guess. There's no way to put in the approval, I guess, that we could increase it to 61 subject to a revised plan.
That would be nice.
I've never heard of it. I don't know that it can be done. Stuart, what do you think?
You try to accommodate people, but it would be, I would prefer that when we see a plan, the board would act upon it.
Okay.
I just don't like doing things every time you do something like that, Jim, and you try to do something to assist, it's like no good deed goes unpunished, and it comes back to you. And I think the board, we're serving in a judicial capacity. We have an obligation, and I think when we pass on these applications, there's a burden on the applicant to comply with them, but there's also, the board has to know what they're approving and not leaving it up. You just can't do it as to on the abstract. And as much as I would like to, I just can't recommend that to the board.
This is a life safety thing.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, there it would be an amendment to the site plan. It's not the site plan is there, the uses are permitted. I think you've established that. The parking, you're going to get, if this is approved, there's still going to be a parking variance associated with it because you were given a parking variance under the initial approval. So this would still fall within that variance. And I don't know if the additional seats would generate any additional parking or not.
It's just based upon the square footage.
Today.
Correct.
Right.
This is Penny again. So Margaret, it looks like if you're gonna have to come back with the whole new plan, you might as well go for your 61 seats. see if you can work out the 44 inches in there. And
We
as
still
you're
haven't
working,
heard from the public.
Well, I think what
We
we
have
want
not
to
opened
do,
up.
my understanding is we want to request the 49 seats tonight, have a,
okay.
ideally a motion to approve that, subject to submission of a new plan showing the 49 seats with a 36-inch aisle width to be approved by the borough engineer and also the fire marshal. And then in the event we want to come back for an increase to 61 in the future, we would have to submit a whole new application.
Correct.
Okay.
This is Dan again. Can I make a request? It goes back to Tom's initial look at the ramp. Could we get that opened a little bit? Maybe lose one of those planters or something to make the egress and ingress a little bit wider? If that's possible.
Can I keep it to 36 inches that's required for the 49 seats?
No, I mean, just in general, you know, as he was looking at the ramp to get into it, he was looking at that saying that that's a pretty tight area to begin with. Is there any way to widen that out a little bit and make the entrance a little wider?
Yeah, I didn't measure. How wide is that?
Yeah. I mean,
It's
if
over
it's legal, it's
36
legal.
inches,
But
about 40
it is?
inches.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't overlooked. Yeah. Okay.
Does anybody on the board have any more questions for Mrs. Damiani?
And 1 second, Dan, was your answer, was that satisfactory to you, that answer
Yeah.
on the ramp?
Yeah.
So what was the answer? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
It was greater than 36 inches.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
thank you.
So at this point, I'd like to open it up to the public. If anybody has
Actually,
any questions.
Before we do that,
Can I-
Mr. Muha, I just had another question for the applicant. She had also submitted another document today regarding dockside to go boat slips. I didn't know if Mrs. Damiani still wanted to address that issue.
Yeah, today I called the borough. So over the weekend, I had trouble getting people not to park on the north side of my dock. So I'm going to put signage up that they're not allowed to park there. But in the same respect, I asked of the town, where would be the application that I could apply for dock slip just for dockside pickup? Because once my marina is full with transient docking, I have nowhere for people to have the dockside pickup of their food. So if I could utilize the north side of the pier for 2 spots where 4 feet would be on my property, the other 4 feet would be on the borough riparian grant, just at the distal end of the north side of the north pier, I could designate it for dockside pickup of food to go just for this summer while we're having the coronavirus situation with the distant seating. And I wanted to see if that was, they told me to ask at the board meeting tonight because they said there was no application to fill out for that. So I wanted to see if I could have. For the,
that feels to me.
What's that?
I'm sorry, that feels to me like it should be covered in the temporary seating plan with the curbside pickup like we do on parking spots. They kicked it to us.
That's right, with the parking spots, but I don't need the parking spots.
No, I
I
understand.
really need the boat, the dockside pickup. So I wanted to see if that could be approved, or that, she told me to ask about it tonight. That's why I'm doing
Who
it.
told you, Margaret?
I think I was speaking to Mary Claire when I called today.
Yeah, I think people are sort of confused about, just this whole idea of transient boat slips and people coming in boats, they don't really know how to deal with it. I agree with Dan. It seems like it should be part of the temporary, coronavirus decision.
Right. So I just wanted to make sure it'd be okay if I put up, not for transient docking, but it's only for dockside pickup. So where they call in their order, they pull in and they can pick it up and go. I know Bird and Betty's and Parker's use the town transient docks for that. They even had it posted on their Instagram, serving drinks to the boats. But I just want to use that north side of the north dock, which is on the Borough property, not Parker's garage property, right across from the Borough slips, just so people can pull in, get their food and go. And that way they're not interfering with the transient 4-hour, people that stay for 4 hours or whatnot.
Just so we're clear, that's a prohibition in this particular resolution because at last month's meeting, there were questions to that and the board solely acted on those slips which were before the board. And if you recall, there was
Right.
some question and some objection, but we didn't address it because it wasn't on your plan and that wasn't part of what was before the board. So
Right.
that's not in tonight's resolution, and I don't know if it's, I don't know, defer to the board and to Frank on how they want to handle it, if it's something that should be handled tonight at the board by the board at this time. Frank?
Is it something that I would apply for just to the town, just like you would a parking spot? That's what she was unclear about, and that's why she told me to ask about it tonight.
That's what Dan.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel it is. I mean, it's like restaurants asking for curbside pickup. We're painting the slip, the not slips, but the parking spots, and we're providing signage to delineate them. So I feel like it falls in that realm. It's something that the town needs to do.
Well, then that would be something the borough would approve, not the land use board.
Correct.
Who would?
So it really
The
isn't
borough.
part of our venue.
The borough would approve that. Okay. So I just go
Because
to the
that's
borough?
not before us, and to be candid with you, it was raised at the last meeting, and I think we discussed it as a board, and it's in the resolution as it's not part of your approval. And
That's
you
right.
recall having that discussion at the end.
Yeah.
So that's something that we did not approve, and we specifically said it wasn't approved in our resolution. So,
Okay.
thank you.
At this point, does anybody in the board have any more questions for Mrs. Damiani?
No.
No.
If
This
not,
is
then
Don Caxton. One
No.
question. If we're going to proceed with the 49, subject to Frank's approval and the fire marshal's approval, I just want to make sure that those seats are not installed until that approval is accepted. So just don't install those seats until such approvals are given.
anybody else from the board have any more questions, comments for Mrs. Damiani? At this point, we'd like to open it up to the public.
Make a motion.
Second.
That was you, Dan, for a second?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, anybody in the public have any questions? You can feel free to unmute yourself, or you can use your raise hand option in your participants section.
I can't see, Colleen. Does anybody have any questions?
I have one for Carl Anderson. Go ahead, Carl, you can talk.
Hi, Carl Anderson, 509 3rd Center Street. This is again getting back to more people, more parking. That's a lot of seats. 61 seats is a lot, and we're not getting any parking for this. The other problem I have is I've been a professional boat captain for 30 years, and moving boats in and out of that tiny little spot, you're going to be asking for trouble. Third thing is getting fire protection out to a boat that may have a problem or a fire. You're asking for a big problem there as well. The access is incredibly limited. And I think that the fact that this place is already built, and without you guys approving it as it is, and I've been over to see it, it's already assembled. I just find it amazing that the applicant continues to come back for more and more and more year after year. And we bend, and so many members on the council tonight have said it's too much. It's too much. We got to get rid of tables, get rid of seats. And we have other people that are saying, well, if you did this, if you did that. I think the solution is up to the applicant, not to the board. So I would like to just know when we're going to have a formal drawing that can actually be approved properly, and when we're going to have a parking solution to handle the extra seats that this applicant's asking for. Center Street is incredibly crowded. We've already got a problem. You're bringing more problem to the party. Thank you. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
I keep coming back because the business is growing and I'm trying to get a few more seats. And right now the parking is based on the square footage. You know, I have nearly 61 seats is nothing compared to the Bird and Betty's of 1,300 and the 330 of no parking for Parker's Garage. So, you know, I don't feel I'm asking too much, but I'm quite happy with 49 seats at this point, and I'll have plenty of egress. And as far as the fire hazard for the boating, I mean, none of the buildings have changed since the 40s. So I haven't added buildings that you know, get in the way of any access for fire. That's all been there since the 1940s.
Okay, Mr. Burris with his hand raised. Go ahead.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I've got two issues. One, I think that.
Oh, can we, do
I
you want
think
to swear him in? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Burris, do you certify any testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. State your name, please.
William Burris,
Thank you, sir.
And your address.
100 Northwest Avenue, Beach Haven.
Go ahead.
I think at the last meeting, we talked about the boat slips and lots of concerns. There's supposed to be dredging done as part of the state approvals that they have. They haven't done the dredging yet. They put the slips in. We basically said, everybody's got to live, and this is a lot of extra boat slips, and you've got a lot of maneuvering to do to get in and out. But the North Pier was something that was concerning to us for a lot of reasons. And my understanding was they decided, or Frank, was one of the things that you said was, if they park boats there, they're not shown, that would be a violation. I haven't seen the resolution. You guys approved the resolution earlier, but it's not been made public. I did understand, I guess, Stuart, you mentioned that the resolution does contain clauses with respect to them not being able to park boats there. Our riparian is, for the most part, the area that's in that section. There's a small part that belongs to the borough. But, I mean, we just got to be careful with what's going on. We have some videos from this past weekend about, you know, the conflicts that existed between the municipal slips, and, you know, this is really a tight situation. And I think that there should be an agreement that they don't park on the north dock. But, you know, just like at the last meeting, they asked for these extra seats, but, you know, they raced their way to get all the building done. They've been working out there. They worked every day for the last 3 weeks to get this job built. They don't have approval for these seats. They built all these benches. They built all these, everything that was built in, they did it. They put huts up with covered, you know, roofs on them. I really don't care about any of that stuff. The north dock was important to us. That's what we asked for. It was agreed to. This weekend, there's people parked at the north dock. And we knew this was going to happen. Just like, you know, they're not going to adhere to 49 seats. They didn't have 49 people there on a Friday or Saturday night. Last year, they were exceeding it every Friday and Saturday night. But, you know, what does it really matter? We're here asking for forgiveness, not permission. Please let us do this. Please. Oh, by the way, we've already done it. I think they have to be prohibited from parking on the north side. And I think they should have the egress plans met that they need to have for the fire marshals and anybody else that has jurisdiction. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burris, could I ask you a question? Because I had it in my notes at the last time. And Margaret, Ms. Damiani, is there a dredging project that's proposed for this area? Was that part of your grant or your permitting?
No.
Bill, are you familiar with any?
Yes, I have the documents. They have a grant from the DOT. It requires dredging. There are permits with the Army Corps, and they have to have permits for everything. They've not applied for a dredging permit, and she said at the last meeting they weren't doing dredging. It's part of the financial grant that she's got, that she's to do dredging. It's in the budget for the total project cost. She's supposed to pay so much money, and the grant pays so much money, and, you know, it gets audited. So, but, you know, the problem here is you have to have a certain depth of water in order to have a boat slip. You just can't put a boat slip where you have no water. And I think one of the reasons, I guess, and I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that one of the reasons that you get that many boat slips in that small of an area is because you have a proper water depth and the dredging has occurred. Their bulkhead was breached for 5-6 years, where every incoming tide and outgoing tide, this silted this entire basin up. One of the things that we insisted on before was them to replace their bulkhead, which they did. That's great. And overall, I've never really had a problem with Polly's. I mean, Margaret can say all she wants, but I'm not going to get into her comments. I think it's a great little place, but there's certain things that we have to do. And I think it's real important. This dredging should be done. I mean, we silted up the whole area, and I think it's part of the deal. I'm happy to I'll submit their copy of their approvals. It's required in their approvals from the state. And I think that any approval that this board gives should be conditioned on the approvals that they have from the state.
There was no required dredging that I was made to do. All the expenses that are covered in the grant are for the building of the marina, and there's no dredging required by the state. It's not part of my permit.
It's not part of your CAFRA permit. It's part of your grant application, and it's part of your grant.
It's not part of my grant either. Not part of my grant. The
Well,
grant
listen,
is
why
for
don't
the
we just
building
make
of
a
the marina.
condition that if it's part of her grant, she's got to do it, and if it's not part of her grant, she doesn't. That's simple. She said it's not there. So what's the difference? Why can't we just make it a condition?
Not part of my grant.
Okay.
Well, we referenced the grant in the resolution, and that was what was testified before us, and that was part of the development of your site. So I don't know if the borough has a copy of the grant or not, but that would be something
they
that
do.
probably should be submitted to them, or they would have taken some jurisdiction.
And who's gonna enforce that?
I already submitted the grant.
Right, so it would go through the construction department, and it would go through Frank's office. So that's
It's already been.
Okay.
We had an issue. I asked Frank last time that they had a CAFRA permit giving them approvals to do all this work, and they started the work without having any of the approvals from the town. That's why I asked Frank last month, if you recall. That doesn't give them right of way to just go ahead, even though CAFRA says go play in the water. You have to adhere to our rules first, and so I understand if it's in there, who's going to enforce that?
Well,
They have the right.
CAFRA, any of the state permitting would have to go through. They should be delivered, and they should be part of our construction office's record, I would think. That's normally one of the parties who gets a copy of it, and they're alerted to it. So there has to be some interplay between the state and the local government.
Stu, is there any?
CAFRA normally gives greater permission than what the municipalities do, because CAFRA, especially on the upland, I'm not as familiar with the waterfront work, but on the upland development, they take a look at you give them a footprint, and you try to have CAFRA approve that which you can obtain from them, but you're limited to any zoning restrictions and development restrictions in the municipality. Henceforth, we had a parking issue, and that's why I gather they were brought back here. They were asked to come here for their approvals.
Stu, that makes sense to me what you just said. But the question of if the dredging is required for the grant, do we have anything to do with their grant? Does Frank look at it through his department? I mean, is there any? I don't understand.
The state, I guess, would regulate and monitor their grant. I'm sure there's inspections prior to releases of money, but I haven't seen the grant.
So how does that
relate with other grants where they're auditing?
The borough, how does Frank look at that and say, hey, this doesn't adhere, or yes, this does adhere, or do we not look at that?
Well, I think it would be submitted to us because they're representing that there's a grant. So a grant should be, and it was made part of the record previously, and the grant was referenced. So I would think, and it was even referenced, if I'm not mistaken, in Frank's letter, his first review letter. So the grant should be looked at for whatever reason, but I think the control of the grant or the auditing of the grant is subject to the Department of Transportation, who issued it.
My understanding is, and that as Mrs. Damiani has represented, that the grant has been submitted to the building department, so they do have a copy of that. Regarding the dredging, I've seen the grant, and my understanding is that she was approved, the Damianis were approved for certain structures. The way I read it was if there's dredging required in order to build these structures, that the dredging had to meet certain guidelines, only a certain amount was permitted to be dredged, but I don't believe there was any dredging that was actually required. There were simply restrictions in the event dredging was required to build the structures that they were planning to build.
Jim, who determines that? What governing body determines that?
The grant is issued by the New Jersey Department of Transportation. They're the ones that issued the grant.
Mr. Burris has his hand raised again. Do you?
I sent a copy of the grant to you, Frank, and to you, Colleen. You have it. It's part of the budget for the project, and it's a requirement based on the project description and what they're supposed to do. Listen, it is what it is. If she says it's not part of her grant, then make it a condition. If it's part of the grant, she's got to do it. And if it's not part of the grant, she doesn't.
But I don't think it's a board enforcement issue. I think that it's subject to any state approvals, but I don't think it should be a condition of the board resolution. I think it's a separate enforcement branch. I think that the board should say that it's certainly subject to any state approvals, and then the state will review whether or not it's in compliance with the grant. That shouldn't be up for the board to decide.
Mrs. Damiani has her hand raised again as well.
I just wanted to reiterate, Mr. Raband's perfectly right. Any dredging required for us to do the construction was what we were allowed to do. We are not to dredge the basin in any way. That was not part of the permit that I received from the Army Corps. That would disturb all the shellfish life and all that. I'm not allowed to do that. I was only allowed dredging for the actual construction to put the pilings in and whatever was required for that. It's not to dredge the basin out in any way. The basin being filled in with sand, is not due to our bulkhead or anything like that. It's just nature. And we don't need to dredge it out. It's fine for where we put our light drafted boats. It's fine for us. It doesn't matter. And the part in front of Parker's Garage, which is silted in, is not even allowed to have, it's deed restricted anyhow. There's no structures to be built in there. So there's no need to dredge that out either. But the grant has been submitted as soon as I received it to the borough, and they are the ones that I have a log of construction. They come and inspect, and I also submit my expenses to them, and they are the ones that control, the DOT is the one who controls that and enforces what I need to do according to the grant. And they went along with and that coincides with my Army Corps and my DEP permit, my CAFR permit. The reason I needed to go, the only reason I needed to go before the board, the land use board, for those permits was because it created docking slips. So they were worried about the parking spots. It wasn't the construction itself, because that's a state permit.
Frank, do they need
I
construction permits?
I don't think there's anything further for me to say. I think that it's there. I'm not opposed to the project. I'm opposed to them docking boats on the north side because I think that impacts on us. As far as the dredging, it's, if she's got to do it, she's got to do it. That's going to be somebody else to decide. I wish everybody good luck. Thanks.
Anyone else like to speak for public comment? Okay, no one has their hand raised.
Okay, we'd like to close this portion to the public for the application. This one's a difficult one, Stowe. How do we propose this to the board?
Well, Ken, the applicant indicated that at this point, based upon what's submitted, she's reducing her request to add additional seats, which would be, she has 44 seats, so she's asking to go to 49 seats, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And she would, subject to a plan with the 36-inch aisleway. That's
With
what the
approval from
application
the
is for.
fire and from,
Approval
Frank's-
from the fire marshal and from the construction code official. Whoever, I think, I don't know, Frank, I'll go back to my
I'm gonna
notes. but I
review,
thought
I'm
it
gonna
was-
review it with the fire marshal.
It would be our engineer and the fire marshal.
My concern is, do we ignore the grant and the dredging? Do we bring it up? Do we make it part of the resolution? Do we just ignore it? Well, what's your advice?
Well, we put the grant in, it was, the grant was granted and she had CAFRA. That's in the original resolution. If you want, we could make it, this approval is, we would do it subject to the grant and the permits, the Army Corps and the CAFRA permits she received. But that's not what she's asking for here. She's not asking for approval for construction. The construction's been completed.
I don't believe this seating portion of this involves the grant. The grant was in the last application for the boat slips.
Correct.
So I think we're just looking at the seating and that's it in this application.
So this is out of it. We're gonna ignore it.
Right.
Okay.
That was in the prior resolution and the prior approval for the.
The only
additional
thing I
lift.
would say, if it's not in the prior resolution, that we would ask, I think it should be amended to be subject to any and all outside agency approvals, whether received or pending, which is in all of my resolutions, and I don't have it in front of me to look at. But if that was not in there, it would have been an oversight, and that's going to be placed in the resolution.
Okay. Do we have a motion from the board?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve 49 seats contingent upon Frank's and the fire marshals as discussed, their approvals. And as Stu said in his resolution, any outside agencies conditioned therefore.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Mayor Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Cassis?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Pisano?
Yes.
Mr. Metal?
Yes.
Mr. Muha?
Yes.
And Mr. Herensky?
Yes.
Okay, that was approved.
Thank you.
Application 202007, Henry and Carrie Kane, 434 Iroquois Avenue, Block 3, Lot 7. The applicant proposes to rate.
You're repeating, Ken. Ken, calm down a minute, you're repeating.
Ken, you're getting some feedback.
Okay.
No.
Everybody's getting it.
I guess it's everybody.
Is the applicant here, Colleen?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to step down on this one since I'm within the 200-foot scope.
The Kings are unmuted and the representative by Mr. Raven.
All right, before we start, we'll, please, the record will reflect that Dan Allen stepped down. He's within 200 feet. Mr. Rabin is here. Mr. Rabin, I'm going to swear in Mr. Little. Mr. Little, do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
I do.
Mr. Rabin, do you want to enter your appearance, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. James Rabin on behalf of the applicant, Henry Kane and Carrie Kane.
Okay, this is for property known as 434 Iroquois Avenue, Lot 17, Block 53. We have an application that was submitted, and that application is dated, bear with me, please, April 16th, 2020. That'll be Exhibit A1. We have a variance plan. We received the application early on, and then we had a supplemental submission. So the supplemental documents Jim, just so I'm aware of what we're dealing with, I have the Kane residence by West Ketch Architecture, Inc. in Millington, New Jersey, provided us with architectural drawings A101.01, one sheet, and A10201, which are computer-generated photographs. With the initial submission we received with the application, we received a plan of survey prepared by Saladin Professional Land Surveyors. And I'm going to make that survey. You're still moving ahead with that survey. That's correct, Jim?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's going to be A2. There's a variance plan prepared by William Kaufman. So basically, he's the architect who prepared both the variance plan and the photograph. So the document that I referred to as A101 dated, let me just see what the dates are. I have two of them. I have one dated January 21st, 2020. I think that was the initial submission. And now the second submission is dated, the final review is 19 May 2020. That would be the third review. That is going to be Exhibit A3. And A4 is going to be the front and east rendered elevation. And that is under signature and seal of Mr. Kaufman. It's dated May 20th, 2020.
That's correct.
Mr. Little, and you received the letter from Owen Little and Associates dated May 26th.
Yes, I did.
That's going to be Exhibit B1. Now, the board received directly from the Canes. I don't know how many photographs there were. I have two photographs. How many photographs did you receive, Colleen?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So we have 6 photographs, and they will be Exhibit A5, and we'll have, when your clients are sworn in, you'll have them testify to the photographs, and we'll identify them.
Thank you.
Any other documents?
No, I believe that's everything. I just wanted to clarify, you had it correct where the schematic design drawing is dated May 20, 2020. I'm not sure if that's the updated plan on the Borough website, but the one that you identified and marked is the correct one.
I don't know, we'll look and see, Christine, you can ask her.
The one
plans-
that was today?
It was submitted on May 22nd was when the updated plans were submitted.
It has a date of May 20th, right above the number of the document, underneath Kane Residence, and I don't know if that's the one that is on, shown there.
I have it saved on my computer for the 24th. I can look for the exact date for you.
Would you mind just pulling up, Colleen, the elevations, the north?
Stu, you mentioned a plan prepared by the surveyor.
There's a survey that was submitted with the original submission. And that is just a survey of the property, Jim, and we marked that as A2.
I don't believe I.
That is dated, let me have it right here. That survey, it looks like it was a title survey dated 4/16/2019 by Charles Saladin Jr. And that should be on the Borough website.
Okay,
And
I don't
that
think
just shows
Colleen
the
submitted
house.
that to us.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't believe Colleen submitted that survey to us.
I'm so sorry. I did not submit new ones today.
And I am seeing,
They-
Colleen, that is the correct plan you have on the screen where you just scroll to the bottom. That's the current plan. So that
Okay.
is correct.
They are on the website, but I'm sorry, I did not submit them to the members.
But they are on the website. Is the survey on the website?
I believe so.
Because I found the architectural confusing. So that's why I was hoping to see some
Hang on,
sort.
Jim, let me just see if I have it on the,
I'm trying to go over to the
on the
website.
website. I'll go to the Borough website. Give me a moment.
I'm trying to get over there.
Just the application, the plans, and the public notice are posted. We got these kind of late in the day, and I guess our website guy wasn't able to get them up in time. But
That would have been, okay. Jim, do you want me to scan this and try to send it to you, or I
Well,
can send it to
going
Colleen?
over to the website to see if I can see it. Dude, if you have it, I'm not seeing it on the website.
here I have it.
Can you send it to Jim or send it to the board members and they can open it up? I'm sorry, Colleen.
Don't be sorry. I'm going
I'm having a
to,
hard time shrinking my page now. This is all new to me.
I'm just going to save it to my computer and then I can share my screen.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, there's the, keep going. Meets and bounds, and there's the survey, Jim.
Okay. Did she, was that sent to us?
That was the initial submission. That came back in April when this matter was first filed with the municipality.
It should have been all sent together, and I sent 5 separate emails. I don't know if I perhaps missed it, but they should have been all sent together. Is there anything else that you need me to do with this, or?
Are you sending it? Are you sending that to us? It's hard for me to see it going across the screen.
Okay, I just sent it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So those are the documents that were entered into evidence. Mr. Rabin, who do you have tonight to offer testimony?
I have the applicant to testify and also William Kaufman, the architect.
Who do you want me to swear in? Get started.
Okay, well, first I can give an overview of the application. So the property is located at the end of Iroquois Avenue as you're heading towards the bay. It's the last one at the street end on the south side, on the left side. There's a vacant lot across the street from the property, and it's currently developed with a single family home. And there's a bayfront deck that exists on the property now. And the applicant's looking to renovate the exterior of the building and also expand that rear bayfront deck. And they're looking to wrap the deck partially around the home to the north side as shown on the proposed plan. And basically they're just trying to get some more area. It's an undersized lot. The lot's encumbered by a 15-foot wide access easement to allow ingress to the lot to the south. So taking into account, there's also since it's bayfront, the riparian area is included within the square footage. The net square footage is less than 4,000 square feet. So it's an undersized lot where 5,000 square feet is required. So it's basically an overall exterior renovation in addition to the expansion of the bayfront deck. It's a renovation and expansion. They're taking away part of it and expanding in other areas as well. And I believe Mr. Kaufman is on the call. Is that correct?
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Mr. Kaufman, do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
I do.
Do you want to state your name, please?
William Kaufman, Kaufman.
Mr. Kaufman, your documents, are you a licensed architect in this state?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and your license is still current?
It is.
All right, Mr. Kaufman can testify in the field of architecture, and you can submit a CV, Mr. Rabin, if you're so inclined.
Thank you. Mr. Kaufman, have you testified before other boards in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you approximate how many times? If you can.
Yeah, dozens of times in the past several years, probably dozens of different municipalities, including actually several years ago, even Beach Haven.
Okay. And you prepared, or under your supervision was prepared, the variance plan and the schematic design that we've marked as exhibits A3 and A4 respectively. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and would you, just for the board's benefit, give a brief description of the overall design and project that the Canes are undertaking or proposing to undertake?
Sure. I think just you did a pretty good job of summarizing it. Essentially, given the lot constraints and where we are with the overall site development, the largest component of the project is the reconfiguration of the deck that's on the bay side of the property. Currently, the deck to the southernmost side of the property, the southwestern side, encroaches onto the bulkhead to about 2.5 feet from that point. And the Canes are desiring to get a little more space near the kitchen and away from that other room. So the idea was to pull that deck back away, take some of it away to create more space between the bulkhead and the deck in that location, and then sort of fill in the little L-shaped gap in the back with another piece of the deck. The numbers don't work out exactly. It actually nets an increase slightly. And then wrapping the deck around so that there's access to pedestrian access to get from where the Canes actually get into their property, into their house on the northern side there, to get directly up onto that deck and enter the house from that point. The entrance to the east of the residence, the northeast corner, is going to be eliminated, or at least modified and reduced. So there's no more access to get up that stair. So now the access will have to come into to the northern side. In addition to that, a roof is being extended over the top of the former flat deck that was on the south west portion of the house facing the bulkhead. That roof gets extended out. I don't have the exact dimension, but it's hard to see with this with my screen, but it's about 6 feet. And then there's some siding alterations. The house has a very, we sort of refer to it lovingly as the spaceport design. So it has kind of a 80s a Disney theme. So we're kind of modernize some of those architectural features, put some newer siding material, some horizontal clapboard, and some new trim boards and a couple of new windows to help improve the overall aesthetics and condition, the visual impact of the whole property onto the surrounding area. That's essentially it, with some other interior modifications. I'm sure the Canes can elaborate more on the functionality, but that's the specifics on the concept of the design.
Thank you. And you're not licensed as a professional planner, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to run through the zoning schedule a little bit on your plan, references the variances that are required. The required front yard setback on the northerly side is 15 feet, 6.6 feet is existing and 6.6 feet is proposed. While the configuration of the deck is changing in that area, the 6.6 foot front yard setback is going to be the same, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the rear yard, the requirement is 8 feet, 4.8 is existing, and 4.8 feet is proposed, correct?
That is also correct.
Okay, and similar to the front yard, on the bay side, there's a 2.6 foot setback to the bulkhead that exists currently, and the configuration of the deck is changing in that area, but the resulting deck configuration will have some areas that are 2.6 feet, and that's the closest we get to the bulkhead there, correct?
That is also correct, yes.
And really the only new variance that we need that's a change from what existed previously is the lot coverage, and the existing lot coverage is 37% and 41% is being proposed, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the impervious coverage, while it is increasing slightly, conforms with the borough requirements, is that accurate?
I believe, yeah, that is correct, yes.
I think that covers Mr. Little's letter. Let me double check. Just to clarify too, I believe one of the plans showed some pavers being removed. There are no pavers that are proposed to be removed. The pavers that are there now are proposed to remain. But as I stated, the impervious coverage complies. Those are all the questions I have for the architect. Are there any questions from the board?
Does the board have any questions?
No.
This is Jim Stevens. I have a couple questions. I guess, is the square footage of the unit itself increasing?
No, it's solely the deck.
Okay, strictly the decks. And then the other part, you're applying for a waterfront development permit?
No, because it's solely the decks, which are not regulated. I don't believe the applicant is complying. My understanding is that the decks are not regulated by the DEP.
Correct.
Okay, and the existing pavers, there's no change there, correct?
Correct. Those will remain.
Okay, and your impervious coverage is, because they were talking, they had, on that plan that I saw, there was a,
Yeah, the current plan has it, the existing impervious coverage at 46.5%, and the proposed is 52%. So we're within the 60% that's allowed.
okay.
And again, as I stated, the upland area is 3,311 square feet, so it's significantly undersized. That's why the expansion of the deck area is very minor, but being that the lot area is so small, that's why it results in a 4% increase.
Okay.
And I'm going to have the applicant testify as well. The reason they designed the deck in that fashion is because, as I stated, there's no neighbors on the north side of them across the street. So the area where they're expanding this deck will not have any impact on any of the neighbors.
This is Don Caxis. I have a question. With so many nonconformities, I hesitate to consider increasing or worsening the condition by increasing the nonconformity. So I'd like to understand better why do we need to expand the decks and worsen the condition? I mean, we have a ton of nonconformities, and this is just another one that's going to be worsened. So I'd like to hear some good justification as to why we should consider this.
And I think I can have the applicant address that. That's more to the design of the deck. Shall I call the applicant at this time? Why don't we swear the applicant in?
Mr. and Mrs. Kane, do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
We do.
Yes.
All right, state your name, please.
Sure. My name is Henry S. Kane, Jr.
And I am Carrie G. Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Go ahead, Mr. Rabin.
Thank you. Mr. Kane, how long have you and your wife owned the subject property?
We bought the house just about a year ago now. We've owned a house on Kenford before that for about the last 7 years.
Okay. And there was a question from Mr. Caxis regarding the increase in the lot coverage. Could you explain to the board why the proposed deck extension results in the increase in lot coverage?
Sure. If you could pull up the plans, we would appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So actually, nope, those lower site plans are actually a little bit better. Yeah, right there. That's good. Yep. So as you can see right now in the center of the view, we have a very small deck. It's only about maybe 7 feet by 8 feet, something like that. It's just tiny. We can't even really have a dining room, a dining table out there other than a small table. In addition to that, which I'll show you pictures in a minute, when you're sitting on that deck, the next door neighbor's deck is very close to it. And neighbors are on the call. They're going to be speaking to it as well in support of it. By moving the deck around to the side, we're actually enhancing both properties. We're actually making it more of a walkway. If you look at the drawing on the right, where the hatching is, making more of a walkway so we can use that existing door, and then having a little bit more area where we could actually put a dining room, a table to be able to sit out and enjoy the view at the end of the bay. In addition to that, if you look down to the east side, you'll notice that our other neighbors, right now the steps go up to the east, and then there's a platform there where you enter the house. We're actually increasing their setback by removing those steps and moving the steps in the other direction. It's actually a betterment for that neighbor. We're reducing that square footage and reducing that setback, or excuse me, increasing the setback. And the Bishops, I think we're going to try and get on the call, but they may have had to jump off earlier, but they're in support of the project as well, because right now, when we go up those steps, we're looking right over onto their deck as well. So it's actually a betterment to both neighbors. Well, I'll let them speak to that. And in addition to that, what am I forgetting? I think that as far as
that's better privacy for everyone.
yeah, and in addition to that, as Jim said, there is no Captain Bly's is to the next or to the north of us, and it's actually set back an entire block. So we're not encroaching on anyone's view or having any problem there. We're just looking basically, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the pictures, and we can kind of describe it a little bit better.
Sure, yeah, we can authenticate those.
You can see that's the deck right there that's going to be removed. But their deck is right on the other side of that tree. Those are the space ports that we're talking about. This house was unfortunately stuck in the 80s, but we're going to bring it up and just make it look like a normal clapboard house. Could you go on to the next photo?
This photograph here, if we could just take a minute, just so the record's clear. This is taken from the north side, looking toward the 15-foot wide access easement. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, all that open space behind it. Yep.
Okay, when was this photograph taken?
Approximately a year ago.
Okay. And did you take the photograph?
I did.
Okay, thank you. We can go to the next photograph.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, and so that's the deck that we're looking at there. We're looking at just bringing it back into that alcove area to the left.
Sorry, now we're looking at the deck that's right on the water. Is that correct?
That's right. So I'm standing out on the dock looking back. And we're going to be, yeah, we're shrinking that existing deck down and then basically putting the deck in that alcove back there that's further away from the water, just so we have more space to actually have a table. If you look up there, and I'll show another picture, you can see our grill takes up most of the deck. I don't know why the prior owner ever did this, but it's a tiny little deck. And we're just looking basically to have what all of our neighbors have, not even as much room as they have, but if you go on to the next picture, you'll see all the neighbors have decks that run the entire length of their houses. We can't do that because we're closer than our neighbors' houses are. We have deck envy on them, but at least we just want enough room to basically have a table where we can sit out there and eat with our family. But if you want to go on to the next photo, if you would. Yeah, that's the deck basically. I'm standing with my back to the end of the deck. You can see how small it is. And then I think there's one more photo I have. Yeah, and that's looking down. You can see how we were, looking back at their deck. That's going to give the Bishops much more privacy on their deck as well by removing that back deck. So it's actually a betterment to both of our neighbors. I hope that answers your question.
Sure. So the proposed deck on the westerly side, based upon the photographs of the neighbors, is consistent with, it looks like at least 3 houses right along the bayfront there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not that picture, the prior picture.
The prior picture, right.
Yeah.
Was that all the photographs?
I think so.
This one? Was this the same somewhere?
That
We
shows
didn't have
one.
that one. That's number 6.
Yeah,
Okay.
One
Then that's
prior to that.
That we had the deck. The
That
last
one
one we
there.
didn't have.
You can see all the other ones have decks that run the entire length of the property, and that's just not feasible because we're trying to, we're actually, the deck that's there, we're reducing it back to try and give the Schmitz even a little bit more privacy on their side as well. Any other questions? Happy to answer them.
I don't have any further questions. Other questions from the board?
Does the board have any questions for the applicant and/or Jim? If
Not from
Colleen, does
Penny.
anybody have their hand raised?
No hand raises.
Okay, at this point, we'd like to open it up to the public.
Dan's hand.
Dan has his hand raised.
As a public member, I'd like to speak to this. If is that okay, Stu?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, as growing up, down in this neighborhood, I think any change to this house, as long as it's not a major nonconformity, would be great. Because if you could take a boat down Liberty Thoroughfare, there's one house that stands out from the rest, and I think any change and upgrade to this house would just be an outstanding addition to the waterfront down in our neck of the woods. So, and as far as the decking goes, I would say that, Mr. Kane has a very good point that, all his neighbors adjacent to him would benefit from a reconfiguration that he's proposing. So I like what he's trying to do, and I would like to throw my support at it as a member of the public, not as a council member or a member of this board, just as a neighbor who appreciates it.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Like to speak?
Ms. Schmidt.
We just have to open to the public first. We're just asking if
Oh, yeah,
there's.
make a
any board
motion to open.
members.
We thought we did, but let's do formal.
We did? Okay.
Open it to the public.
Make a motion to open it public.
Second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, we did that before Dan spoke. He thought, he just stepped up after he thought it was open.
Understood. Thank you. My name is John Schmidt, and I live at 440 Iroquois, right next to the. And I've seen the plans and I've looked them over carefully. I think it is a betterment for certainly our house and for theirs. It will put the area where they have their table at a greater distance from us and not near anyone else, and give them a little more space and give us a little more space. So, we're very pleased with the plans and would encourage the board to support it.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, this is Janine and Stephen Bishop. We are at 432 Iroquois, so we're right behind them, and we are also in support of this. This will create, the stairs will actually go towards the bay and away from our house. So we went through the plans with the Canes this past week, and we also think it will be much nicer for all of us, because right now they have to come up towards us and we're right there. This will allow them to go sort of up the other way and have some privacy. And what they've talked about redoing the outside sounds also very nice to us. As Dan mentioned, it is a unique house that I think everyone can see from the bay. But I think we're all ready for a little bit of a change that would be really nice. So we're in support too.
I'm Florence Clancer, co-owner at 440 Iroquois, and I totally support what the others have said. It can only be an improvement and will definitely give us more privacy on the deck.
Thank you, Florence.
Anyone else? Okay, that's all for public comment.
Do we have a motion from the board to approve this application as submitted?
Jerry Jenna, motion to approve.
Scott, I second.
Mayor Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Cactus?
No.
I'm sorry, you said no?
Yes, I said no.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Pisano?
Yes.
Mr. Metal?
Yes.
Mr. Muha?
Yes.
Mr. Herensky?
Yes.
Mrs. Eddles?
Yes.
Application was approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, board.
Thank you.
Fourth application before us tonight.
We take a couple-minute break, Don.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks.
Certainly.
Fine, let me just get my papers together. I'm sorry.
Also to the members of the board, I apologize that I didn't send these new submissions from Mr. Rabin this afternoon. So I also just forwarded you the new documents that he sent me this afternoon. So those will be in your inboxes as well if you need them.
I know we're taking a short break. Do you know which one is up next?
It is John Brennan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm fine now. I just wanted to get my file together. I apologize.
That was a real short break, Jim. Application 202009, John Brennan, 415 North Bay Avenue, Block 170, Lot 2. The applicant proposes to subdivide the existing lot into 2 lots. Service station and all associated improvements removed. The lots will be improved with a single-family dwellings. Is the applicant here, Colleen?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's present.
Yes. Rabin, enter your appearance.
Thank you. James Rabin on behalf of the applicant, John Brennan.
Mr. Little, you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate.
I do.
Okay, so what we have start with is the application is going to be Exhibit A1. I'm sorry.
Can't get my face on here.
Oh, I'll do that for you. Hang on. I got you, John. We all want to see it.
I muted it.
Now we hear you, Chairman.
Oh, you don't have a camera?
417.
It shouldn't work. Have you ever used it?
Okay, we have an application dated A1 with a subdivision plan. Prepared by Horn, Tyson, and Yoder, dated December 8th. Minor subdivision A2. We were provided today, maybe not today, hang on a second. May 26th, let me see, when's your last submission on this, Mr. Rabin?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm looking at your submission dated May 26th. Actually, it was May 20th. And I have plans from Studio Taglin, Lot 201, plans and elevations dated 4/29/20. And 5 copy of architectural plans. So are these the houses? This the house for both lots?
Well, there's 2 houses that are proposed. We actually didn't have the applicant did not have any immediate plans to develop the property. Initially, I had requested a waiver from the requirement to submit architectural drawings, and the board had requested that architectural drawings be submitted to show generally what any proposed homes on the site would look like. In all likelihood, they will end up being single-family homes, and as proposed on the plan.
I see there's 2 plans here.
Sure.
Presented by Studio Taglin, and that will be Exhibit A3.
There's one thing I'll note with well, we can finish marking exhibits first.
Computer's a problem. And you received the letter from Owen Little?
Yes, I did.
Let me get that. And that's the letter dated May 26th. And that'll be exhibit B1.
Okay. And I did submit some additional documentation this afternoon from,
We have the documentation. I'm sorry, that's going to be A4. That's from the site remediator.
yes,
So your testimony is going to be, is that has the property been remediated?
it
Or
is
is it ongoing?
it is in progress. The LSRP is on the call, I believe, and he's going to provide testimony to that effect.
Okay.
I'm just confirming that he's on. Are you on, Mr. Vanderslice?
Yes, James.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm. So Mr. Vanderslice will testify at the appropriate time regarding those documents submitted
All
earlier
right,
today.
those are the documents we have entered into evidence today. And let me just list the documents that you sent, and I'll put them in from the site remediators. Just 1 second, Mr. Raven.
Thank you.
We have a classification exemption area map by JEC, J. Edward Consultants. That'll be A4A. We have the historic, we have the monitoring well analysis, and that will be exhibit A4B. And we have the Beach Haven CEA map, which will be A4C. And those are the documents that were presented today from the, regarding these remediation.
Thank you.
That's correct?
That's correct, yes. And that's...
Do you have anything else for us, Mr. Raven?
No, that is all of the exhibits.
And so that's okay, fine. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Raven. It's all yours.
Thank you. The subject property is located at the corner of 5th Street and the Boulevard in Beach Haven. It's where the Brennan gas station is located. The gas station has been at the site for a long time. I'm not sure exactly how many years, but everybody's familiar with the only gas station in town. And what the applicant's looking to do is subdivide the property into two 40-foot by 100-foot lots. Both of the proposed lots would front onto 5th Street. I will make one clarification. It was brought to my attention that the interior lot shows a garage.
You're echoing, Mr. Raven. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can everybody hear him clearly?
No.
hear myself echoing. I think, is it better?
Yes.
Excuse me
Yes.
one second.
There's someone in the background that has a lot of background noise also. I don't know.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the interior lot that's being subdivided, the one that's not fronting on the boulevard, it shows a garage, and I was made aware of that prior to the meeting. That particular lot is located in the historic district. So, and my understanding is that that does not permit garages underneath the house. So the plan would be modified accordingly to remove that garage. There will be no
Well, I think the
garage.
plan would have to be modified to meet, you would be obligated to get it, if it's granted, to get a certificate of appropriateness.
Correct. It'll be subject to approval by HPAC prior to any construction. That's correct. And all of the all of the existing improvements at the lot are proposed to be removed. And I believe the tanks have already been removed. Mr. Brennan will testify to that. Jim Brzezowski is going to testify regarding the minor subdivision plan. I also have Christine Cofone, licensed professional planner, who's going to testify regarding the variances. And Dave from Studio Taglin, Dave Gaffin, is also present. He'll testify and answer any questions regarding the proposed architectural drawings. And as I stated previously, John Vanderslice, the LSRP, is also present. He'll testify regarding the site remediation. So at this point, I'll call Jim Brzezowski to go over the subdivision plan.
Brzezowski, you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Brzezowski is qualified as a professional engineer and professional planner and has testified before this board almost on a monthly basis. Are all your licenses still in order, Mr. Brzezowski,
Yes, they are.
as a professional engineer and a professional planner in this state?
Yes.
We'll stipulate to his qualifications as an expert in those fields.
Thank you. Mr. Brzezowski, did you prepare the minor subdivision plan that's been marked as Exhibit A2?
Yes, I did.
And would you provide an overview to the board of your plan? You don't need to get into detail about any variances with respect to lot size. I'll have Ms. Cofone address those issues, but if you could go over the plan in general.
Sure. Basically, the property is located to the southeast of the intersection of 5th Street and Bay Avenue. The property has 80 foot of frontage on 5th Street, 100 foot of frontage on Bay Avenue, for a total gross lot area of 8,000 square feet. It's currently developed with a gas station. And what we're proposing to do is remove all the components of the gas station and subdivide the property into two 40 by 100 foot lots. Each lot would have 40 foot of frontage on 5th Street. And the goal is to develop each lot eventually with 2 single family homes. Each of the lot is going to have an area of 4,000 square feet and a frontage of 40 feet. And the property is located in the AE8 flood zone. And in the preliminary zone, it's also AE8. And that's basically the gist of the application.
And there were some streetscape requirements in Mr. Little's letters. Your understanding that the applicant is going to meet all of the streetscape requirements in the Beach Haven ordinance?
Yeah, Mr. Little, in his letter, wants us to replace the entire curb and provide a plan for the to meet the borough's streetscape design, and we will comply with those requirements. I went through Mr. Little's letter dated May 26, 2020, and I really don't have any issue with the revisions that he's asking for on the plan or any of the submission requirements, Ocean County Planning Board, Ocean County Soils et cetera.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Brzezowski. Are there any questions from the board with respect to the plan? Again, I'm going to have Ms. Cofone testify regarding the.
Mr. Brzezowski, the only variances that are, the buildings that are proposed are going to meet all coverage, lot coverage, front, rear, and side yard requirements in the zone.
Yes, sir.
Now, are 40 by 100-foot lots permitted in the zone where the property is located?
Yeah, the property is located in the business district. And the business district permits lots with 40 foot of frontage and 3,600 square feet. So these.
And the single family uses are permitted?
Single family uses are permitted. The lot area increases to 4,000 square feet for a single family use in the business district.
So this is Frank Little, and based on the fact that our business district permits residential development, it also defers you back to the subdivision ordinance, which requires any new subdivisions have a minimum square footage on each lot of 5,000 square feet.
That's 21212, which is what, and they've asked for a variance from that requirement.
Right.
Is that
So I just
correct?
wanted to make sure that we understood that
Right.
there is a variance required for the lot size.
We believe that there's arguments to support the fact that a variance is not required due to the structure of the Beach Haven ordinance. We would just like to preserve any right on appeal in the event the board should deny the application. We would like to preserve any right to make the argument that the subdivision section of the ordinance requiring a minimum square footage of 5,000 square feet does not apply. However, for the purposes of tonight, we're prepared to move forward with all of the variance proofs, and Ms. Cofone is going to testify that we meet the required proofs for the variances. But I just wanted to note that for the record, that in the event the applicant were to appeal the application, we would just reserve the right to make that argument that a variance is not required relative to the lot size.
Thank you.
I have a question. This is Don Caxton. This land use board was pretty much eviscerated for approving a similar project that was done on another lot that was a gas station a few blocks from here. And I just want to make sure that, this property really faces Bay Avenue, and now you're reorienting it with the subdivision. Frank, I understand that you're going to comply with the Beach Haven new streetscape ordinance for the Bay Boulevard, which would mean you have to put in a brick sidewalk, you would have to put in the lamppost, you would have to put in the appropriate trees, and you would have to have the appropriate setbacks. I would really like to see a landscaping plan again before we consider this, because again, we were just broiled as a land use board for not asking sufficient number of questions when
Don,
that
that's why,
subdivision was made.
notwithstanding, they asked for a waiver to begin with from architectural plans. And based upon what the board went through as a result of a prior development in a similar situated property, the board did not agree to that waiver. As a matter of fact, Mr. Rabin withdrew that waiver request and presented architectural plans. And the one that we're concerned with is the plan for the property that faces Bay Avenue. The interior property now is going to have to comport with the historic preservation HVAC as far as their design guidelines. But we wanted to be able to see what was proposed along Bay Avenue, because I think there may be an issue. There was an issue previously when we did not take that. So taking it one step further from the landscape plan, we're also asking for architectural plans for the property that fronts on Bay Avenue, which is what I think the applicant presented to us tonight, and we'll address that with them.
I'm just wondering the appropriateness to have a property reoriented to 5th Street from Bay Avenue. And I don't see a landscaping plan, and I would very much want to see a landscaping plan before we consider this.
I don't
thought we made an ordinance on
plan
this.
is required with the application.
I thought we had an ordinance that was recently passed about the business district and Bay Avenue, that all properties had to front on Bay Avenue.
They do. We do have an ordinance.
I believe it's the front of the building has to face Bay Ave. It doesn't mean the
The
lot.
entrance to the building, the front of the building, has to be on Bay Avenue.
Right, and there is a door that's shown on the west elevation in the left rear corner. I'm sorry, the bottom left corner of the west elevation. The front door is oriented to the front. The ordinance also says, to the extent that possible, that driveways and garages are not to, I'm not sure if it says garages, but the access is not supposed to be on Bay Ave, so it's somewhat difficult to have it completely oriented toward Bay Avenue while having the driveway off Fifth Street, because it's preferred under the ordinance. It actually instructs the access to be from Fifth Street.
You can park your car in a driveway on Fifth Street, but the front of the building, the front of the building should appear like the front of the building on Bay Avenue. And from the plans I see, it doesn't look that way to me.
It doesn't look like that either to me, Mr. Raven. I'm looking at that would be your westerly elevation. And that surely doesn't look like the front of the building. There seems to be a small eyebrow door in the corner. It looks like the front, that looks like the front, the west elevation seems to be the front of the building.
I can have...
I mean, we'll ask Mr. Gaffin about it, but...
Right, I mean, it's a difficult situation because you're not, the way the house is oriented, it's a 40 by 100 foot lot. To have the front of the house extend the full length of the 100-foot lot, and I guess it's better for Mr. Gaffin to address, but I'm not sure exactly what the ordinance requires. The front facade is supposed to face Bay Avenue, but I'm not sure the extent to which that has to be done.
You could subdivide the lot so that two houses would face Bay Avenue. And that
couldn't, then you would have, then you would only be able to get in and out of the lots by way of Bay Avenue, which we're trying to avoid.
That would be for one of the houses, yeah. That would be the interior lot.
Mr. Brzezowski, do you want to address that question as to whether it could be fronted on Bay Avenue?
The lots could front on Bay Avenue, but you'd have to design a driveway to the interior lot off of Bay Avenue that would, the driveway would have to allow you to turn around to pull forward onto Bay Avenue. That'd be what the county would want to see.
And I believe there's a house that's being constructed directly next door to the gas station that fronts on 4th Street. Is that correct?
No, it's not on Bay Avenue.
There's a front entry on Bay Avenue. I actually worked on that site.
And it's supposed to be a line towards Bay Avenue. I really wanted to pass an ordinance that said you had to have retail along there. You could have retail and a condo or a house above the retail. The one thing I guess we were trying to avoid is what the property on the next block looks like. It just looks like a big long wall along Bay Avenue, which really distracts from the feel we want to have in Bay Avenue, that this is actually the business district and it's a place where people can walk and hopefully buy retail if coronavirus doesn't kill it all, and not just have the elevations that I'm looking at in the picture really, they're very disappointing to me.
I find them unacceptable, personally, non-Caxus.
So do I. I just think we have to keep the nature of the way we want the town to look. And I really think you need to go back and come up with there's other things you could do there too. You could put in a couple duplexes. There's a lot of things you could do to make it look like it's part of the business district and not a wall along Bay Avenue.
This is Penny. I just wanted to say that Nancy had mentioned having the house face Bay Avenue. The one to the right, as you're standing in Bay Avenue, looking at them, would have to have an entrance behind the first house. So there'd be like a shared driveway situation, but I suppose that could work to get to the back of his house.
Well, the problem is that's going to reduce the area of the corner lot.
Right.
Because you're going to have, basically it's an access easement, which
Right.
is going to be deducted from the area of the corner lot.
Maybe a subdivision is inappropriate. This is Don Caxis. Maybe it should be a single property.
That's exactly how I feel. Maybe it should be a single property.
I tend to agree with that. I think we're looking for a certain streetscape along Bay Avenue, and this is not providing it. And we're creating, in my opinion, even though whether the ordinance allows it or not, we're creating undersized lots. Or whether how you interpret the ordinance, I should say.
We're also adding to the residence density on per square foot. I mean, I don't think that's what we're looking for either.
And the other question, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but maybe and maybe Stu can help me. But if this is going to be single family, with the intent to be single family, and maybe you had the testimony coming, doesn't there need to be a letter of no further action from DEP? And
That's why they have their licensed site remediator. I think at this point, there's different standards, and they have a witness who's going to talk to us about that. I mean, apparently we received, the property is in the process of remediation, and I don't know what state it's in, and I gather that's why the information was provided to us today. But we'll hear testimony on that, Jim, and then we'll make a decision.
yeah, and I guess my point being is,
it used to be you needed an NFA before you can move forward.
Yeah. I'll wait for the testimony, then I'll make my comment on that.
All right, why don't we let Mr. Raven move forward, but I think, he understands where the board's headed as far as the designs of the house, especially the house that's supposedly fronting on the boulevard. Who's your next witness, Mr. Raven?
Do you mind if I speak to my client for a moment off the Zoom?
That's fine. Why don't
Okay.
we take a couple-minute break, and is that okay? Where's the chairman? Where's Mr.
That's
Newell?
fine.
Is he still here? Okay.
I'm here.
Thanks.
We have
Thank
a few, how many minutes do we talking here?
Why don't we
Definitely
take 5 minutes?
Less than 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Why don't we take 5 minutes and go off the record?
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
All right, thank you. I'm here.
Okay.
Is everybody else here? Colleen, how are we?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Just great.
Everybody's back?
I think so.
Okay. I'd like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to speak with my client. We would like to carry the application to the July 6th meeting to give us an opportunity to revisit the plan and see what kind of alternative design we can come up with. So we would like to keep the application on the agenda and have it carried to the July 6th.
You're going to waive any time limitations. You're asking that it be carried without further notice or publication.
Yes, that's correct.
And any
Yep.
plans, revised plans will be at the board secretary prior to by 10 days early before the meeting.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's a call for a motion, Mr. Chair.
Do we have a motion to carry application 202009, John Brennan?
I make a motion.
Second?
Mary Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Cactus,
Yes.
Mr. Allen, can you unmute yourself, Dan? There you go.
Oh, there we are. Yes, sorry.
It's okay. Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Mr. Pisano,
Yes.
Mr. Meadow,
Yes.
Mr. Muha,
Yes.
and Mr. Horensky.
Yes.
Approve to carry.
Thank you very much.
All right, just so the announcement's being made, all those in the public who are interested in this application, it is now scheduled for the July 6th meeting as old business. You are not going to receive any further notice, and it's not going to be published. Prior to the applicant, if there's revised plans, they will be submitted to the board secretary and posted on the board website. I would suggest that at 10 days prior to the meeting, you may want to check the website to see if there's been revised plans posted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the final application of the evening, 2020-08, Kilroy Management LLC, 211 South Bay Avenue, Block 134, Lot 2 and 15. The applicant proposes to raise and renovate the existing duplex. No improvements proposed to the existing business. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that is
Kilroy
Kilroy Management. What we're going to do is, this is a D variance. I'm sure the members have seen the letter from Mr. Little because it's a non-conforming use. Under the circumstances, Mayor Davis and Commissioner Allen are not to participate in this particular application, and we will serve as a zoning board. So Colleen, we would have our 7 regular members serve as the 7 class 4 members would serve on this board. And if we do not have 7 present, we would utilize the alternates in the order of their appointment.
Okay.
So at this point, Mr. Rabin is representing the applicant. Why don't you enter your appearance, Mr. Rabin?
Thank you. James Rabin on behalf of the applicant, Kilroy Management LLC.
All right, Mr. Little, do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate? Frank?
I got you, Frank.
He's muted.
I got it. I
There
do.
you go.
Okay, hang on a second, Mr. Rabin. This is, what docket number are we on? 2020. Okay. What's the docket number on this, Colleen?
2020-08.
Where this place is?
What?
Okay, I have a copy of the application. We're going to enter that into evidence as Exhibit A1. A2 is going to be the plans from Horn, Tyson, and Yoder dated July 9th, 2019, and that is going to be updated. The last revision is 4/9/20. That's going to be A2. A3 is going to be a plan prepared by Handline Architect, 351 Thomas Avenue, Little Egg Harbor Township. And that is titled The Kilroy Residence, lots 2 and 15, block 134, 227 Carl Street, Beach Haven, New Jersey. And this plan, for our purposes, has sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5, 5 pages of drawings. That's going to be A3. Mr. Rabin, you haven't submitted any more recent plans for this, have you?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Are we okay with the plans that we have?
Yes.
I'm just checking. Thank you. We have the letter from Mr. Little. Bear with me 1 second. And this is dated May, if I'm not mistaken, it's May, B1 is going to be May 26. The letter from Owen Little, and that's B1. Thank you. All right, Mr. Rabin.
Thank you. The only other potential document, actually, it was attached to the application. I don't know if you want to mark it separately. There was a certificate of appropriateness that was issued by the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. That was back on January 28th, 2020. And like I said, it was
can't hear
attached.
you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
All right, I'm looking at I'm looking at the certificate of HPAC resolution 2020-003, certificate of appropriateness 2020-001, date of decision January 28th, 2020. And this is going to be entered into evidence as Exhibit A4. Okay. So apparently this was approved by the this was approved with conditions by the Historic Preservation Committee. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. The subject property is actually L-shaped. It's lots 2 and 15 in block 134. There's a duplex which fronts on Coral Street, and then it's currently connected in the rear to the Woohoo restaurant, which fronts on Bay Avenue. So the parking lot in front of Woohoo is lot 2, and then lot 15 has the duplex, and behind that, the Woohoo restaurant. And currently the duplex and the restaurant are connected by way of an existing deck. The applicant is proposing to remove that deck, so the two structures will no longer be connected. And the applicant is proposing to renovate and raise the existing duplex, which is located on Coral Street, as I said. There's another corner lot on Coral Street that is not part of the application. However, we included it on the plan because that is also owned by the applicant as well. But there's the only proposed improvements as part of this application are to that duplex to be raised and renovated. Mr. Brzezowski is going to testify regarding the site plan and the variances that are requested as a result of this project. And I also have Will Esseray from Handline Architects. He's going to testify regarding the renovations to the duplex. And also the applicant, Mr. and Mrs. Kilroy, are available to discuss the plan as well. So at this point, I'll call Mr. Brzezowski.
Mr. Brzezowski, you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate.
Yes, I do.
State your name, please.
James Brzezowski, I'm a licensed professional engineer and professional planner in the state of New Jersey and an employee at Horn Tyson and Yoder since 1997.
And Mr. Brzezowski's testified before this board previously. He's indicated earlier that you're both your professional engineer, professional planner's licenses are current.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Brzezowski is qualified as an expert in those capacities, planning and engineering, and we would stipulate his qualifications.
Thank you. Mr. Brzezowski, we've marked as Exhibit A2 site plan. Was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And would you explain to the board what's proposed here in this project?
Yes, certainly. The property is located to the northeast of the intersection of Coral Street and Bay Avenue. The property has 50 foot of frontage on Coral Street, and that 50 foot of frontage occurs 80 foot east of Bay Avenue. It also has 50.22 feet of frontage on Bay Avenue, and that frontage occurs 50.23 feet north of Coral Street. It's kind of an L-shaped lot around the existing corner lot. And it's currently developed with a restaurant, a two-story duplex, and about 3 or 4 accessory buildings. 2 of them are sheds and 2 of them are coolers. The portion of the property that is 50 foot by 100 foot that fronts on Coral Street it appears to be the lot for the duplex, and the portion of the property that fronts on Bay Avenue is kind of utilized as the commercial property. Between the restaurant, which is set well off of Bay Avenue, and the right-of-way of Bay Avenue is a large gravel parking area that provides, there are actually 10 parking spaces, but only 5 of them actually are completely on the property. The existing duplex has a first floor elevation of 6.9. The base flood elevation, both preliminary and effective, is AE 8. So we're proposing to elevate this house 4.9 feet to get the first floor up to elevation 11.7. It's going to increase the height of the duplex from 22 to 26.9. We're also looking to construct a 8-foot by 20-foot deck on the south side of the house. That's the side that fronts on Coral Street, to provide access to actually both units. The 8 by 20-foot deck will provide access to the first floor unit. This duplex is an up and down duplex. There are a bunch of existing nonconformities with the property. The rear yard setback to the restaurant is 24.7, where 25 is required. That's existing, and there's no change. The existing setbacks to one of the sheds is 1.9 feet to the side and 3.2 feet to the rear, where 5 foot each is required. The other shed has a side yard of 2.8 feet, where 5 foot is required. The existing overall building coverage is 34.7, which conforms with a 35%. The impervious coverage is currently at 72.5%, which is non-conforming. And with the proposed renovations to the property, that number is going to increase from 72.5% to 80.8%, which is an increase of 8.3%. A lot of that increase, first of all, a lot of the existing impervious is the parking lot to the west side of the restaurant. That parking lot, it's a gravel parking lot. It comprises of 30% of the lot. So 30% of our impervious surface is the parking lot. And we're providing 4 off-street parking spaces for the duplex, also be a crushed shell or gravel parking area. And that actually increases our impervious surface by 7.6%. So of the 8.3% increase, 7.6% is the new driveway. The other 0.8% is building. I think by providing the 4 off-street parking spaces, we're bringing the lot into compliance with the parking requirements. 7 spaces are required. 5 spaces currently exist completely on the property. And with the additional 4 spaces for the duplex, we'll have 9 parking spaces.
And a special reasons variance is also required due to the fact that there's a duplex sharing the same lot as the restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are duplexes permitted in the, I know it's a split zone, the BD and the RB, are duplexes permitted in the RB zone?
Yes, duplexes are permitted in either the BD or the RB zone.
Okay.
The restaurant is also permitted in the business district, although the restaurant, in this case, encroaches over the business district line into the RB zone. However, it's existing and we're not proposing anything to the restaurant. The reason that we need the use variance is there are two buildings on the property, two different uses on the property, and that's not permitted.
And are there any purposes of the municipal land use law that will be advanced by this proposed project?
Yes, we're providing, we're elevating the building above the flood zone, which provides safety from fire and flood.
And will the overall renovation constitute an aesthetic improvement to the duplex?
Yes, it will. That's my opinion.
And I know that you stated that the driveway will increase the impervious coverage on the property. Do you feel that increasing the number of cars we're getting off the street by bringing the parking into compliance, that outweighs any detriment to the increase in the impervious coverage?
Yes. I know that by providing a driveway, as we've shown on the plan, we're going to be affecting 3 on-street parking spaces. So the net is we're increasing parking in the area by 1 parking space. And also to help alleviate any increase in the impervious surfaces that may increase flooding, we're going to provide subsurface infiltration system to the existing duplex. We're providing 11 linear feet of subsurface infiltration system to get the stormwater from the roofs of this building into the ground.
Do you feel that the proposed renovation impairs the intent and purpose of the zone plan or zoning ordinance?
Yes, I do.
You feel that it does intent or does not impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan?
It does not impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan.
Okay, thank you. And as far as you know, these 2 uses, the commercial use and the duplex use, have been in existence on this site for a long time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I believe those are all the questions I have for Mr. Brzezowski. Are there questions from the board?
This is Don Caxis. I have 2 questions, one for Frank and then one for Mr. Burkowski. Frank, because it's an L-shaped lot and it borders Bay Avenue, by approving this, does this initiate the requirement to make the improvements on Bay Avenue per the new ordinance?
No, I think that ordinance requires a substantial improvement to the property based on property value, and it's not going to trigger the streetscape ordinance on Bay Ave.
Okay, that was a question I had. And then the second thing is, Mr. Burkowski said that a large portion of the impervious surface is the gravel parking lot that services the restaurant area.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Would the owner make any consideration of making that impervious to reduce the impervious surface area down to the 60%? Because again, we are basically saying we want to achieve 60%. We're going in the opposite direction here. I would like to see some improvements made to the impervious parking lot as part of this L to make it impervious.
Make it pervious, you mean?
Make it pervious, yes.
Yeah.
Well, the existing parking area is already a gravel parking area. And I know in the shore community, a lot of these applications, it's parking that we're concerned with. I don't know what the balance is between losing parking and providing the impervious, trying to reduce the impervious surface. I think of all the impervious surfaces, a gravel parking area is probably the least permeable, impervious, as opposed to pavers or a roof.
I don't think you'd lose parking if you go to a porous parking, pervious parking lot.
Oh, you want to create a 2,500 square foot porous paver parking lot?
No, just get it down to the 60%.
You need 20% to be pervious. So you could take the 4 parking spaces you're creating and maybe do that in pervious pavers, and then maybe take part of the commercial lot and do the same thing to reduce the impervious to pervious. You have to knock 20.8%. What's that, Jim, in terms of square footage? I don't have that. What was it? Wasn't the total lot area like 9,000 square feet?
I'll give you an answer in a second.
1,800 square feet, right?
You have 1880.
Yeah, 1,880 square feet. So how much does the 4 parking spaces equate to on the duplex?
They are 683. So you need another 1,200.
That means you'd have to take 1,200 square feet of the other parking lot and create that as a, say, a porous paver or, arrangement to get what Mr. Caxton suggested.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not at liberty to spend my client's money. So you'll have to, that would be for the Kilroys to answer.
Mr. Brzezowski, do you have the calculation as to what the new driveway will constitute as far as the percentage of impervious coverage or approximate number?
It was 7.6.
Oh, 7.6.
Yeah.
So if you do the 4 parking spaces, that'll bring you down under 75% impervious, right?
Yeah, that'd be, we'd have 72.5 plus 0.8, let's say it's 73.3.
If you take the 4 spaces and make that a pervious paver driveway.
Yeah, correct, yes.
As Mr. Brzezowski said, we'll have to hear from the Kilroys on this.
I understand.
But I know that they're spending a lot of money to improve the look of this property, and perhaps the driveway can be done in a porous paver fashion, but I think if we can keep the numbers close to the existing, they're really trying to make the property look better, and to make them go beyond and bring the coverage down is difficult based upon the improvements that are there and have been there for a long time. But we'll wait to hear from the Kilroys on that issue.
Well, does the ordinance permit, if a property's over the 60% but under 75%, that you can increase to 75% by just putting in porous pavers for the remainder? So, for example, if a property had 70% impervious legally, and they wanted to increase it to 75%, they could do it in porous pavers. Is that what the ordinance says?
I don't know if it says that. I think if you come in for a permit to increase your coverage, you might have to change existing conditions to meet the ordinance.
Okay.
But at a minimum, if we do the 4 parking spaces, at least we've got it back to what currently exists.
Yeah.
And Don, I think it'd be kind of tough to take part of the front parking lot and make part of it pervious and the other part just gravel, but I guess you could do it. But.
Well, I think, Frank, this is Don again. I think it's a good move if you can make those 4 parking spaces associated with the improvements impervious.
And I would think that would be doable, but we'll hear from the applicant in a few minutes, I'm sure.
Okay.
I think that's minimal.
That's
based
minimal.
on what you're asking. Yeah.
Right. On those 4 parking spaces, do they meet the requirements of the ordinance as far as size?
I think it's tight, but
you have a stair in the way, and it doesn't look like the total width is there. I'm not sure what the depth is.
No, they're Yeah, but
Mr. Brzezowski, what's the size of the parking spaces?
they're gonna be 8 feet wide. So they are,
So they don't meet the ordinance, do they?
no, the 9, what is the ordinance? Is the ordinance
9 by 18.
9 by 18? So they're,
So what tends to happen is
we have the length.
they tend not to get used because you have a stairway in there also that's encroaching on that, on those first two spaces.
Mm-hmm. We could reduce the driveway to a 2-car driveway, save one of the on-street parking spaces, and reduce some of the impervious that way. Because I can probably save the.
I don't know if off street should be reduced. I'm just saying I don't know if it fits there. That's my question.
No, it technically doesn't. The spaces aren't wide enough to meet the ordinance.
Maybe the architect could talk to it.
And part of that whole issue, we have a lot of discussion about this being part of that and this being part of this, and it seems like both properties, all the properties we're looking here is by the same owner. And if we have this non-conforming use, has anybody looked at what can be done overall to just kind of make it better? Instead of we're improving a non-conforming use. I'm not sure why we should be doing that without, I think we should be looking at the whole thing and seeing how it can be improved to reduce the nonconformity.
Well, Jim, this is an old use, and to be quite candid with you, I think by bringing it into FEMA requirement, satisfies some of the concerns, is something that the board should be looking at. They're not enlarging they're not intensifying the use. I understand that it would be great to get rid of every nonconformity in the municipality, but this has been in existence, I think, longer than you've been here. I remember it as a kid.
Well, I'm sure.
And, it's always been, one of these rare shapes, but they've never enlarged the commercial usage. It's never been permitted to. And here they're dressing up this duplex, which if it looks any better than it had in the last 25 years, it would be an improvement. But just bringing it into FEMA, I think, resolves this issue. If it wasn't for the makeup of the lot, what they're trying to do, other than for the additional decking, which I think may be required to, in raising the property, they would be exempt from coming before this board. But that's just, looking at it as an outsider, but realizing what we're stuck with some of these properties. So the nonconformity that's being given up is going to benefit the town because it assists with our flood rating. Although unfortunately they can't raise the restaurant. I'm sorry, I just wanted to get in on that. I apologize.
So this is Chuck Kilroy. I don't know if I'm supposed to speak yet or not. I didn't just.
Mr. Kilroy, do you certify any testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. State your name.
Chuck Kilroy, formal Charles Kilroy.
Mr. Kilroy, you're one of the members of Kilroy Management LLC that owns the property?
Yes, it's basically just my wife and myself.
Go ahead.
So no, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think it would be, I'm not really familiar with the impervious parking, so I would have to have a consult with the architect. We are trying to stay within a certain budget. We are trying to improve it. There's two things we're looking to raise it up. That first floor is non-usable due to the flooding. We bought this post Sandy. And just so you know, as far as the restaurant, we've done everything in there that would make it conform without raising it to putting the outlets and the electric supplies up high, to having the storm doors, etc. We're looking to do the same here and improve that property, which is an eyesore. We'd like to get that done, and we did work with the Historic Society, and we think we have a good plan that will make that neighborhood improve. After that, I'm going to say a year or two down the road, we'd like to start attacking the corner building and making that look really nice too. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Mr. Kilroy, Tom Metal.
Yes, Tom.
Hey, looking at your footprint here, and one of the things that was of concern by Mr. Stevens is how wide the parking area is with the 4 cars. If you were to put your stairs on the other side of the property, I don't know if that's even doable. That would definitely make your parking area wide enough.
I'm going to ask right now. I don't know if Will is on the architect. If he could speak to that, I think he's
Yeah, so
qualified.
I can speak to that. Will Essery from Handline Architect. So the stairs going to the other side would push them, I believe, over the side yard setback on that side towards the other property. And as Chuck said, if they were going to do improvements on the other property at that point, then we'd be encroaching on the setback on that side. At least keeping them on this side keeps them in the side yards.
The 5-yard setback on that side is 5 feet. I mean, side yard is 5 feet. And your stairs are less than that, right?
Yeah. Right, but they're at 7.9, and if we flip that over, 7.9 minus 3.
No, it's actually 9.8, Will. So if you flip the stairs to the other side.
Oh, we are at 9.8 on that side?
Oh yeah, it's tucked in 2 feet there in the front. So you'd be mirroring it just by flipping the stairs to the other side.
Right.
To give you the width for the.
Yeah, I gathered that. So 9 minus.
I'm sorry,
I
sir,
got you.
Will.
So if you want to.
Will, could you state your name for me, please?
Yes, Will Essery. And
how do you spell your last name?
Esarey.
And you're a licensed architect in this state?
Yes, sir.
And your license is still current, right?
That's correct.
And so you certify any testimony you give will be true and accurate?
I do.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. And these plans were prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
The architectural plans. Thank you, Mr. Esther. You can proceed. Right. I'm sorry.
So actually, we could mirror over completely. It just changes we were going to reuse the existing landing at the top of the second floor that's there today. So we can flip that over as it sits. And that would give you back that wider parking area there for the 2 rear spots at least. Actually, for all of it.
They'll give it to you for all of it.
Yep.
Or perhaps even if you cantilever the landing. I know that doesn't change the footprint, but it would give you plenty of space.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're saying that, you're saying if we kept it on the same side and changed the landing.
Yeah, the same side is ideal because most of the wind in the wintertime is out of the northwest side, so that would work for you guys. I didn't know if that was.
Yeah, well, the other thing, the dumpsters for the restaurant are on the other side, so I'd prefer to keep it on the east side.
Okay.
I think aesthetically it's better.
We could cantilever that second floor landing back to the floor at the first floor with a bracket system to keep those columns out of grade. And that would definitely say those parking spots would have the full width.
This way, at least that would be, well, I don't know, Frank, would that make it compliant even though it's
Well, if you can pull the cars in under the stairs, it's like pulling into a garage.
Yeah.
But you're going to be cantilevering about half the stair, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
looking
the
at
stairs are
site
36
plan.
inches to 18-inch cantilever. So
Yeah.
you're looking at what, 4 foot back inside?
Yeah, I'm looking at the site plan, and you could definitely, you're cantilevering a couple feet of the stair.
Yeah.
All the way from the front, the whole length of it.
Right. Yeah, well, we'd catch that landing at the top with a bracket back to the first floor.
Right.
So
even up in the front, where the front cars are parked, you'd have to cantilever that too.
that would be difficult.
Yeah.
It would look kind of goofy too. We got this approved through the historic board with some work. And
Very good. Very good. I understood. Just a thought, food for thought.
So where are the dumpsters in relation to the west side of the house? I don't see them on the plan, but is there,
They're on the adjacent lot one. They're like
and,
to the south of where it says ground deck.
right?
They're in that area.
So did they get picked up from Coral Street then?
Yeah, they must, yes.
All right.
Couldn't they be picked up from Bay Avenue?
No.
No.
Can't get to them.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Sean Kilroy. I'm Chuck and Donna's son. They own the property. I own the Woohoo.
Mr. Kilroy, do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just speaking to the dumpsters, when we opened, those are where the dumpsters were when the Frosted Mug was there for years. People from Beach Haven's Public Works Department, the private trash collection, and just anyone else involved in the design all told us that's the only place the dumpsters can be. It's really, for us, it's not an ideal spot for the dumpsters. It's a long way to take the trash all the way around. But multiple people had certified that that's the only way they could be. The only Bay Ave in front of the restaurant, it would block the parking. And then we'd have, basically you'd pull into the restaurant and there'd be dumpsters there. But we've also been told by Public Works that the curbing and the wires would prevent them from actually emptying the dumpster.
All right.
Do we have any more questions? Colleen, I can't see. Does anybody have their hand raised? Colleen?
No, I'm sorry. No.
Mr. Esseray, do you want to speak just a little more to the overall aesthetic of the home, what's being proposed?
Yeah, so we're taking the blue box that everybody called it, and sat with the historical board for a while, went back and forth on how to raise this house to the height that we needed and keep it conforming into their wants and needs, and sort of bring it back into the cottage look of Beach Haven there. We were successful with them, and basically it worked out well that the stairs come in from the front centered and come up to the side and allow for access to the first floor directly off that landing. And the second floor, the second unit, doesn't have to access the first floor's private deck area. And it actually gives the first floor a real deck area to use, and we're going to eliminate the deck that attaches the building to the Woohoo in the back, which was their only deck access prior to this. And that was the main reason for the stair layout.
Okay. And did you ultimately conclude there that you really can't cantilever that bottom landing?
Not with a visual presence that satisfied the historic board.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Esseray?
No.
The only question I had, this is Don Cox, this is, again, I would like to get as close to the existing impervious as it exists today. So I still haven't heard anybody agreeing to try to get back and how they're going to achieve the I heard a lot about the stairs, but I would still like to get as close as we can to the existing impervious surface.
Mr. and Mrs. Kilroy, would you be willing to, the proposed driveway as shown has an impervious surface, would you be willing to convert that proposed driveway area to a porous surface of some kind? Jim, Mr. Brzezowski, can you speak to the options that they would have as far as a porous surface for that proposed driveway?
Basically, we're talking about porous pavers.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Now, Well, could it also come down to the fact that instead of using, say, an R-blend base or a crushed concrete base under the gravel, that they would just say use 3/4 inch trap rock over the existing soil, to say that could be permeable instead of having to spend at the extra expense of permeable pavers?
No, in Beach Haven, anywhere you park a car or any driveway or parking area is considered impervious, no matter what the surface. So if it's grass and you're
So I
parking cars
don't
there,
understand the need to go with permeable pavers if that's the same situation.
well, the philosophy is that when you drive a car over dirt or grass or gravel, it's going to compact it to such, and over time, it's going to get so compacted that it's basically impervious. Whereas a porous paver is engineered to allow water to get through the brick and into the soil below it. There's different layers below you've got a brick that sometimes they have bricks that actually water goes through the brick. And some of the, I think, permeable pavers, water gets between the bricks. And then there's some subsurface layers that'll allow water to get into them a lot better than just putting gravel on dirt.
Mr. and Mrs. Gilroy, is that something you would be amenable to install porous pavers in that proposed driveway area?
I mean, I'm sure it's something we would consider. We haven't talked about it. I don't know what the, change in prices or anything like that on it. Will, would you know?
Will, do you have any idea what that expense would be?
I don't know enough about the permeable pavers. I'm more of a skeptic on them than anything, just due to the sand content of things that form on that island, and I just don't want to I'd want to do a little bit of research on it before I put a lot of good money after something that I'm not entirely knowledgeable on.
Maybe an option could be those geo bricks that have the cutouts in them, that you can use them for like a driveway, and they have dirt in the middle or stone that you can put in there. I don't know if they'd be any cheaper.
The gravel, like the gravel parking lot doesn't provide drainage. It seems like that's the best choice for drainage.
At the Woohoo restaurant, we have the gravel, and believe it or not, everybody parks in our parking lot when a storm comes.
Because there's
Well,
all drainage. It just goes right back into the ground. So I don't understand why that isn't a good option.
Frank, do you want to talk to that? Over time,
I mean, over time, things get compacted, and basically it's been
Well, that part-
determined that gravel lots and the like, when they get hard pack, water runs off them. We're trying to keep water on the property. Your parking lot might be dry. It may not totally be percolating into the ground. It may just be pitched and the water's running off to the road. So the requirement lately has been, with all our ordinances, to go to you could do a porous pavement, but that's probably more expensive than doing porous brick pavers, only because the maintenance on a porous asphalt is more intense than putting in brick pavers with several layers of stone under them. And we're finding that those brick paver installations work very well. So your only other option is to start eliminating other buildings on your property. Like, you have multiple sheds, but I'm sure they're used for the business. So if you don't want to do the 4 parking spaces that way, you could start eliminating other buildings or patios to get your impervious coverage back to the existing.
Well, I'd be willing to do it. I don't have a problem with doing it, but this is the first we're hearing about it. So we need to look into our choices.
I'm doing a little bit of research here.
One of your options is to carry the application to the next meeting and research it and make a decision. Because it's going to, right now, what I'm hearing from a couple of board members, it doesn't sound like they're going to vote in favor of this unless there's some compromise here for this porous parking area or a reduction in impervious to what's existing?
So I'm doing a little bit of research here as we're talking. I just found a quick product called AgTech GeoCell. It's basically a grid that gets set down on the base, and then the stone could get poured into that, and it's rigid so that it can't compress.
Right.
There are a few things, and it doesn't seem to be too bad in terms of pricing. It seems pretty reasonable. So there's probably some things that we could find that would keep the price reasonable, my guess.
All right, then I'd say we'll go with that, doing that on the driveway.
Okay,
That's going to satisfy our needs.
correct.
May I make a comment also? I know that you'll have to go back to the HPAC. You won't have to go full meeting, but you'll also have to put that to the HPAC as well. Just from working with the HPAC.
Right.
The historical preservation. So if they say no.
So you're telling us that we have to go to the Historical Society again?
They'll say yes, because they do like brick pavers, but you also have to get the material approved by them.
Well, this is a product I'm looking at right now. It says it covers 8 by 27 feet for under $200 per section, and you can still fill it with stone.
Well, that sounds like a good option.
Yeah, that sounds like an option. So, Colleen, why do they require the HPAC actually looks at driveways? Because they're not modifying the building.
It's
They're
the front of the house. It's whatever it looks like from the front, from the street
Okay,
view.
so they still want to even see the driveway treatment.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it'll just be, it won't be a full meeting. It'll just them being, you have to say, I'm going to use this, and they say yes.
Yeah, they might be amenable to a letter, an email
Yeah.
to them that there's a change.
Yeah.
Because I know they did that with my house. They accepted that.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything that's going to be a problem. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so we'll go with that option.
Okay.
We'll use that material.
Some sort of pervious material to help us drain that.
I would
makes
think
that
of
driveway, pervious.
Frank, if that's acceptable to the board, I would want it, whatever the material they come up with would have to pass muster by you.
And that's fine.
2 more small points. There's trees on the side yard. Are they going to be removed for the driveway?
I have to be.
Yeah, the driveways,
There's one tree, yeah, there's one tree that'll have to come down.
Okay, and then the other part of the question is, with the driveway, I like to see some grades so to make sure that it's not draining surface water onto the adjacent neighbors.
sure, we can provide that.
Are there any more questions?
I don't have any further witnesses.
Just to clarify, we're going to provide some sort of pervious surface for the driveway, the proposed driveway, which will reduce the proposed impervious coverage from the 80.8% down to, I believe it's 73.3%. So it's still going to be an increase of 0.8%.
That's fine.
We want to open this up to the public at this point, Stu?
Yeah, please.
Am I here?
I'll make a motion.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hold on one second. Was there a second motion to open? I got Tom.
A second, Scott.
Thank you. Go ahead, you can speak.
This is Leonard Bogdan. Are you hearing me?
I'm sorry, sir, what's your
Your name
name?
is Len?
My name is Leonard Bogdan.
How do you spell your last name, sir?
Bogdan.
Mr. Bogdan, do you certify the testimony you give tonight will be true and accurate?
I do.
All right, Mr. Bogdan, where's your property, may I ask?
223 Coral Street, adjacent to the existing house to be raised and the woohoo.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I sent in an email to Ms. McNally today, describing issues I had. And those issues were particularly the removal of parking spaces on Coral Street, number one. And then looking at today's description of what's going on, to say that there'll be 4 parking spaces inside the area of the renovation of the house, I think is just absolutely fallacy. It's not even physically possible. Thirdly, it provides an access to the Woohoo as a commercial entry to the Woohoo entry. I think it's a real problem with congestion of Coral Street with commercial vehicles accessing Woohoo from Coral Street. I'd like to hear any kind of concerns and questions you might have. And by the way, I'd like Sean, I know you guys, I appreciate you guys and what you do. I think Woohoo has done a great job, but seriously, being adjacent to what's going on, the potential of disruption of what has been a Coral Street community is serious. And it shouldn't become commercialized.
Mr. Bogdan, my name is Tom Mettle.
Go first. I just want to say, we're not changing any entrances to the Woohoo.
Oh, yes, you are. You are. That driveway that's going in there, for the most part, will be an access to the Woohoo.
No, it's only for the.
It's in my backyard. I know it. I see it.
I get what you're saying, but it's not. The driveway is for the duplex.
That's not. You
Is
say
there any type of fencing at the end of the
every
driveway?
driveway on Coral Street. I watch every driveway on Coral Street. Just go in. They became a garage. Nobody parks in the garage. They park on the street. There's no street parking on Coral Street. There's no street parking on Coral Street. It's really, really a terrible situation.
I'm just confused. Are you saying that you think customers will enter the Woohoo through Coral Street?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm saying commercial vehicles now park on Coral Street to go to the Woohoo. That's okay. But if it becomes a driveway to a area that becomes an access to Woohoo, and I'm really sorry. I love what was done with the Woohoo, but if it becomes an access point right alongside my property into the Woohoo with box trucks and the rest.
Okay, you're looking at it as a loading zone. Is that right, Mr.
Taking delivery.
Bogdan, as a potential loading area for the commercial building?
It's a loading area.
Okay, I just want to say, first of all, no worries. I'm not taking anything I know no worries, nothing personally about it.
Absolutely.
Food delivery trucks have always come down Coral, as they do for other island restaurants, come down the side street. I don't know any restaurant that takes their deliveries through the front door where they take cases of meat and stuff through the customers eating, which would be the case. Since this building was the Frost and Mug, long before we bought it, there were walk-in refrigerators and things behind it, which is, so the entrance there, that like US Foods, Cisco, any of the food deliveries, our cream deliveries have used, and the Frost and Mug always used, was to go through Coral Street to the back, because the only other option would be to take a bunch of cases of food through the customers eating, through the entirety of the restaurant. I don't think any restaurant does that. I've seen the Cisco trucks on the side streets all through the island. They don't park on Bay Avenue. That wouldn't, the Cisco truck wouldn't back in to the driveway. The driveway is for the duplex. It would be for the renters or whoever's staying there. I don't think that they would even back in if we asked them to, but we have no plans of them doing anything different than they do now.
Do the deliveries go on the east side of the existing duplex?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if that east side was a driveway was there and there was 4 cars there, that would make it very inconvenient for the food delivery guys to bring their food through that way.
But if there's not cars there, I think it would be imperative. How about a fence there to prevent that? I understand what the neighbor's saying.
There is a
And
fence there.
Yeah, there is a fence.
so, I mean, a fence at the end of the parking area, so that would prohibit. Is there a fence shown there? I see a line. I don't know what's there. I see a measurement line. I don't see a fence between the building at the terminus of the spaces. And it's behind the stairs. If you put a gate, get to the backyard of the property from the parking lot, you may be able to prevent the loading. Just make it a little more inconvenient, and you put a signage there to prohibit commercial parking.
I mean, so then all our food deliveries come right through the restaurant, where the front where
No, I'm talking about your parking. I'm talking about where this is on the east side of your property. This is adjoining the Bogdan's house. You don't have food deliveries walking down the side here and going into the Woo, or do you?
I believe he's saying he does.
All right. Well, I thought that was what Mr. Bogdan was asking to prohibit.
That's
Stu, this goes back to my question of how do you consider this all one thing? Because maybe deliveries needs to come through that other lot. There is a trash area there. There's a paved area there. Deliveries can as well, but I think you need to consider the whole picture in my mind.
Well, I think we have to, because it's one lot, Jim, and I thought that's what was presented.
No, I mean,
the only thing they cut out was that corner property on the front.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's what he's talking about.
I think the corner property needs to be considered as far as, delivery to the restaurant. They're already using that lot for trash.
I would think that they're all merged together anyway for purposes of as a line item. I don't think they're separated. I don't think you could transfer out the front corner without getting involved in the other buildings. I don't know if you can or not, but I think that would be lot 15. If you look at the tax bill, I would think that it's all included on one tax bill, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well then there's no reason food delivery can't come through that other area. I mean, you basically have a loading zone there, and you have the ability to bring it in through there.
Well, the trucks do park down towards where the trash cans are when they stop. But the back door to the Woohoo is not accessible through that lot. If you cut a fence there, if you cut the fence, you'd be going right into the bathroom. There's no way you could get from where the trash cans are into that side of the Woohoo without going right into the bathroom.
Well, how do you get the trash there?
We go out the back door, walk around the side of the building and in.
So why can't the
We
food
can go
go
around the front and go the other way, but you're carrying a bag of trash. It's not the same thing. They have the stuff come out the back door and around.
So the trash comes where the driveway's proposed, you carry the trash out around the front of the house and over to the bins?
Yep.
Yeah, because the only other option is to carry it right through a bunch of people eating. And it's been like that since the Frosted Mug. It's been like that for 50 years.
We do have trash cans out in the front, and we usually, the ones that are in the front, like in the lobby for the people to use, those get emptied and taken out that way.
I don't believe that's true.
Yes, it is true. I do it all the time.
I don't believe that's true.
It's absolutely true.
I don't believe that's true. I think where the trash cans are on the other side. And I honestly, I don't mean to be nasty, but that driveway is going to be a direct access to delivery to Woohoo, which is going to impact my residents.
Sir, what is there right now? I can't tell.
It's just grass. It's just grass and
but if you look at you look at a shed, you look at a walk-in cooler behind there.
But that access to that is all through the woohoo.
Okay, so that doesn't come through that grass area.
It does not, and what I know, and yeah, I'm not trying to be nasty or bad. I
No,
just,
we're just trying to find out what's transpiring because I just didn't, I'm trying to get a line on this. We see this house being raised and you see that on the eastern side of the house, if you go all the way to the back of the property, you're going to see there's a shed, there's a couple walk-in coolers. As a matter of fact, there's 2 sheds and coolers, but that's adjacent to the duplex. So you're saying that nobody goes there, these get serviced through the woohoo, the commercial building itself. They don't get serviced by people walking up your property line?
I asked Sean to be honest about that because that display of 4 cars in a driveway is just not real. That's just not possible in that area.
Well, they're putting the 4 cars in because the 2-family use requires 4 parking spaces.
Well, that's just.
I mean, I don't think it was done in any to interfere with your property. I mean, they're trying to comply with the borough ordinances.
It interferes with my property because it takes away parking spaces on the street. But other than that, that's not real in terms of space allocation.
Could we make it a condition of approval that the proposed driveway not be utilized as a loading zone for the restaurant?
Yeah.
Jim, yeah, but how do you handle that?
Yeah,
I mean, that's.
Well, we could put up a sign of, you know, we would not let them park in there at all to deliver.
I think they need a solution. It's not a question of prohibiting.
On the street and deliver.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's not a question of prohibiting them from coming through there. It's a question of what is the solution, how they take deliveries and how they remove trash. I mean, I think that's.
I think she meant, what did Len say?
Well, let me ask you, if they're not pulling in there, wouldn't someone walking, hugging the building with boxes of paper goods or beef, not hugging the 223 building, walking next to the building on the other side of the cars so that you're not walking next to 223 Coral, on the other side of the cars, wouldn't that be an issue with us and our building? I mean,
yeah, but I'll tell you, I'm looking, you can't get anything. That car is parked right next to the stairs. I don't know how much space you're going to have next between the building and the car.
Well, then I guess if it's blocked, if there's no space, then we'd have to tell them to go in the front door. If they can't get in there, I mean, we'd have to tell them to go in the front door.
But how are they getting in now?
They're walking.
That becomes the case. The cars won't even park there. They'll try to park on the street, and there'll be no street parking.
They park on the street now.
Parking in those spaces.
What about Sandy? What about that? Where did they?
They're parking on the street now. We're actually providing one more parking spot.
That's not real. That's not true.
So before Sandy, and that building had 2 apartments in it, a downstairs and an upstairs that were functional.
Yes.
Where did people park then?
Right there in those spots that are there.
Okay. So there.
The spots that are there.
I'm just confused how there's a problem. I mean, nothing has really changed. The trash is the same. The deliveries are the same. There used to be 2 apartments there. Upstairs and downstairs were functioning apartments.
Is it an option to eliminate the proposed driveway altogether and request a variance for the parking and leave the street parking as is? How essential, I guess, is it for you to have parking spaces on site for the raised duplex, being that there's no parking spaces there now?
Are you talking to me?
I'm throwing that out. No, more to my clients.
Oh,
well, we don't really know the answer to that question. We need, I mean, the
we'd be fine with
zoning
that.
people would have to tell us that. But I mean, as far as we're concerned, we'd be fine with it.
Okay. I suppose that's an option that would prevent at least the commercial vehicles from utilizing that driveway. And things wouldn't be any different than they are now.
But the idea that they're required to have some kind of parking there, at least that they had something.
Right.
I understand Mr. Bogdan's concern. So I think it's really pending on if you guys could come up, meaning the people from the Woohoo could come up with a serious plan on how to fix it.
So let me ask you this, and this goes more to Will.
I found this on the web for his plan on how to
Sorry.
fix it. Check it out.
I said serious and she answered.
So would it be possible to put 2 parking spaces on and not eliminate the street parking and have the 2 in the street still?
I still think the issue for Mr. Bogdan is the fact that he doesn't want to have delivery trucks and people dropping off food. If you ever live next door to a restaurant, it gets annoying with it's tedious at best.
But he's been doing with this for years.
And
This is
what-
exactly how it's been.
Okay. So it's not that we are unsympathetic towards this, but there aren't a whole lot of solutions. We bought that as it was. We've sunk everything we have into fixing it up to being and as much compliant and making it look nice, and that's what we're trying to do here. I don't know that there are too many other solutions except delivering it right through the front of the restaurant.
I have a possible solution for you. What if we take the northwest corner of the lower section, the ground floor area, and provide a couple of piers in those northwest corners and leave a section of it open underneath for walking underneath. It's low headroom.
Where are you going to be walking to?
So where we're proposing to take out that existing deck that attaches to Woohoo and the duplex, you'd be coming from there and going down go back to the ground floor, the next drawing.
This one?
Down right there. So in the northwest corner there, if we figure out a way to keep a section of that open, turn a wall inboard from where the cursor is now to that column, figure out some way to provide a walkway under that goes between the Woohoo and the west side of the property.
It's going to be really tight. I don't know if
Really
you've
tight.
ever been over there, but it is going to be really tight if you've ever tried to walk over there.
Oh yeah, it's tight. I mean, but it would, and there's only about 6.5 foot of headroom there. We'd have to contend with girders. So it's just an option.
What's wrong with delivery on Bay Avenue? Deliveries are not during times of lunch and dinner and such. What's wrong with that?
They're
They
delivering
do,
all
yeah.
day.
They don't deliver when it's convenient for us. They deliver and there's a lot of times that we're going through a lunch rush. But what if they don't mind parking the truck? If the town doesn't mind a truck parked on Bay Avenue, they'll park their truck on Bay Avenue. And if what Will just proposed is a solution that would work, they're in between your property and where the person just brings the stuff with the hand truck. They'll walk it all the way around. I know they will. There'd be the parking lot. They'd be underneath. They'd be away from your property. And we can tell them not, to park their truck on Bay Avenue, and they'll still be able to do that and bring it around to the Woohoo. They'll just have to push a hand truck further. I mean, it seems like a compromise solution.
We don't allow deliveries off of Bay Avenue. Bay Avenue can't be blocked up, period.
Then this problem is always going to exist because then they has to deliver on Wall Street.
Correct. So maybe Will's solution is best. And if I may add, it's almost 10 o'clock. Should we table this and see what Will can come up with as an alternative? Because I don't know how to propose this right now as an approval.
It's still always going to be a low headroom issue.
I commend all of you guys on the board for a 4-hour meeting. It's amazing. And table it is fine with me, but this is just a long time.
So real quick, if a possible solution is that they go in through where the dumpsters are and go in the back, if we're saying that could work, Will, then
And
it's
then
not
we'll just have to
not
talk
going in
about
through Bay Avenue, it's going in through Coral, and it's not going by his property.
that's fine, but I just can't see how you can put 4 cars in that parking area and take up parking spots. And if you can table that, that's fine with me. I'm tired. Everybody else is too.
By the way, I think with the public comments, we're well over 3 minutes on the public comments. I think we should move this agenda forward quickly.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak? No one has their hand raised.
Stu, what do you suggest on this one?
Well, if the applicant's willing to carry this and try to address the concerns, I mean, there's a couple issues. One is the whether they want to maintain the 4 spaces there. It appears the neighbor would prefer to leave the on-street parking in lieu of the off-street parking, which is proposed, and try to come up with a plan that works. Apparently, the neighbor and Mr. Kilroy have a good relationship, and they may be able to sit down without the board's involvement and try to come up with a plan that'll satisfy both of them and come back to the board next month. They're not going to get a resolution tonight anyway. I'd have no problem if it was approved or whatever, having a resolution at next month's meeting, but let it be carried so they can try to work this out. I mean, we've been here since 6 o'clock. We carried this for an extra half an hour, and we still have other business to discuss. And I don't think it's, normally when you have these things, you would hope that the neighbors would sit down and try to resolve their differences. And apparently there's no hard feelings here. They're trying to come up with it.
The neighbor's objection until just now. I really wish.
I understand that, Mr. Kilroy, but I'm suggesting that you waive your time limits. You have an attorney, you can speak to him.
Sure.
And have it carried to the next month and sit down with the Mr. Brogdon, come up with something. You may come back to the board and say, look, we'd ask you to give us a variance from parking. We're going to comply with your impervious coverage if you do that. And this may satisfy our neighbor, and we'll leave it as a grassy lot and let business continue as it always has, where it doesn't affect anybody. The other option would be maybe reduce the parking and ask for a partial variance, or come in with the cars, figure out a walkway, and make better use of the property to the west for your business purposes. I mean, that seems to be a pretty, being in the neighborhood and having been there for many, many years, since before the Ruoff zone, when it was the Frosted Mug many years ago, you always knew that when the vet was there, I think was in that front building, and you had those apartments, that back area was always used in conjunction with the Woohoo, or with the Frosted Mug, whatever. And the apartment, I never realized that that the duplex, at least to the east of it, was part of the commercial usage. And if that's the case, which is what their neighbor's saying, then, try to figure out a way to solve his concerns and meet your own and get your project over and done with. I mean, the board, has to listen to everybody, and we have certain guidelines we have to follow. But this is the first we're hearing of the concerns, and the concerns seem to be real. And here's somebody who's lived and compliments you on your business operation. So it's not like your operation is a problem. He feels that this development, not the raising of the house or the dressing up of the house, and no one could object to that, but putting those 4 spaces there and opening this area up could create a problem for them. And nobody knows what's going to happen till it's done. And unfortunately, this board, Mr. Meadows, our enforcer, but he doesn't work for the board, and he'll hear it, but we don't do enforcement. I mean, so, we hear it and it all looks great on paper, but we're not the ones who are left to clean up any issues that are after the approval and after the construction. So if there's a real issue, we'll give you a month to figure it out and come back to us. And I think we can get on with our business, and you'll have it's a use variance. You need 5 of these 7 members to approve your variance for you to move forward. You don't work on a basic majority. You need a super majority.
And
So that's
and
my thought.
Mr. and Mrs. Kilroy, just so you know, as Stu stated, normally you would not have received a resolution tonight anyway if you were approved, and he's willing to have a resolution prepared next month, so you wouldn't be losing any time. You'd be on the same time schedule as you would have been. So it looks like carrying it would be the best option.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. I do
Welcome.
appreciate you spending
Thank
the
you.
extra time too.
Again,
Good night.
motion
Good
to
luck.
carry it. Is that right? Waiving the time, any time limits, Mr. Raven?
Yes, that's correct. And no further notice requirements.
All right, we'll let the board make that motion.
Make a motion to carry.
I second.
Who was second? I'm sorry.
Penny?
Mr. Cactus?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Pisano?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Meadow?
Yes.
Mr. Muha?
Yes.
Mr. Horensky?
Yes.
And Mrs. Eddles?
Yes.
Approved to carry.
All
Stu,
right,
one
just so-
comment. This is to the July 6th meeting, just to clarify.
This is going to be heard on July 6th at a regular meeting, which will be scheduled at 6 o'clock. No one is going to get any further notice. There's not going to be any further publication. If there are any revised plans, they'll be here within 10 days of the meeting. You can check the Borough website if you have any interest. And hopefully we'll be able to finish this application. I hope to all satisfaction, but at least to somebody's satisfaction at the end of the next meeting. So thank you very much for your time and interest.
Stu, one comment. I like to see the off-street parking stay.
Okay.
I think that's just important.
All right, just so you're aware that both Mr. Bogdan and Mr. Kilroy, Mr. Stevens, who's a member of the board, is interested in keeping the off-street parking. So we would ask that stay and you try to work around that in your resolution of the differences that exist. Thanks, Jim.
In some form or another, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stu,
Where's
now
our
on the
chairman? Ken,
Stu, on
keep driving.
Yeah. Yes, on the discussion for the ordinance of the 2020 11C, the pool, I suggest we do it next month.
I don't know what the timing is. I think there's been a first reading. We're serving in an advisory capacity. The land use law provides that if there's going to be a change of a zoning ordinance, that it's sent to the board for its comment and for its comment and recommendation of any changes or whatever there is. We've had this for some time. I don't know, Ken. I think that if there's a first reading, I don't know if any of our governing body members are here. I see Dan. I don't know
I'm
if there's
still
an
here.
urgency. Yeah, I don't know if there's an urgency with that on the governing body, but I would think that, we do have somewhat of an obligation to get back to them. And we've all been given this ordinance, I think, in a timely manner. So, it's up to the board. I don't know.
Can I say something?
Wants to do it?
I just
Our
want,
old time was 10:30. Go ahead.
I know.
And we started at 7.
I'm only kidding, Ken.
We started
Go
at,
ahead.
we started at 6, right?
No,
So-
yeah, I'm saying our old time is 10:30. We started at 7, not 6.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, right. So
And the
I mean,
Shop opens at 4 a.m.
reading of that ordinance at our last meeting, and we have a meeting next Monday night where we would have the final reading for this ordinance. There's a lot of controversy about this ordinance. It did pass the first reading 4-1. I have to say, I've had more phone calls regarding this ordinance than almost any ordinance except for things like the Victoria Rose and the Morrison's project. So there's a lot of people that are a little concerned, and I think we would really like to have your input in this ordinance. And if you've thought about it, if you haven't thought about it, you're not going to be able to give me much input. But if you have thought about it and you have time to do it tonight, it would be helpful. Otherwise, I think we'll have to postpone it to another meeting, and I can't, I know there's urgency in the part of some council members, and I want to do the right thing. It's you know, as I say, there's a lot of people that are very upset about it. So I don't know what to tell you.
Do you think, Ken, we could schedule, and I'd ask Colleen, do you think we could schedule, it would be an administrative meeting, we could do it by Zoom. Do you think we could schedule this as a special meeting? We just need 2 days' notice, maybe toward the end of this week, like Thursday night or Thursday in the afternoon at 4 or 5 o'clock, where we could get the board members to go on a public meeting. We'd have to advertise and notice it, give them 48 hours notice, and we could then discuss the ordinance at that meeting. I don't know if that would.
This is Don Caxis. I cannot make Thursday's meeting.
Yeah,
well, I
this
just
is Frank
throw it
Little.
out
I
as a
can't
day.
either. This is
Okay.
Frank Little, and I can't make Thursday either, unfortunately.
All right, okay, then, well, that's not it.
Well, could
what do
we
you
have
wanna
a
do then?
meeting maybe before the borough meeting? Like, you know, just a quick meeting. I really think if you guys have read it and thought about it and you have an opinion, it would be nice to hear your opinion. I don't know if that would work, Stu, and time, but
That's up to the board. I mean, I feel, you know, you make yourself available. I don't know if everybody could do that if we did it next Monday. What time's your meeting in Borough?
6.
You know, we're all here. It's a lot easier right now than
Then why don't we
trying.
just do it now? Is it okay, Ken? Anybody have any objection?
Let's do it now.
Ken?
All right.
You're the chair.
Get it over.
Okay.
Everybody
You wanna
has, I would suggest nobody speaks more than 3 minutes, because at that point, it's still a 45-minute conversation.
Okay, I'll start. This is Don Caxis. Just listen to 3 minutes. My opinion is that there should be no pool. They're trying to get, you know, there should be no pools allowed a lot smaller than 50 by 100. So anything that's 40 by 100 should not be allowed to have a pool. Second thought, pool equipment needs to be enclosed and 12 feet from the property line, and pool houses should be included in the 35% lot coverage. Third point, water removed from the construction of a pool should be through the use of a container truck and not disposed of in the sewer. Fourth point, filling of pool should be through by a container truck and not using city water. And finally, I don't think this should be part of a building ordinance. It should be, you know, it should be separate from the building ordinance. This is not a building. So those are the 4 points that I would like to make.
Dawn, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you're saying you don't think it should be part of the 35% of your house coverage?
Right. I think the only thing that should be part of the 35% would be the pool house equipment.
Pool house equipment. So I lost you a little bit on the Zoom. And I mean, what we would like to do, my thought is, we have this ordinance saying that you have to have 40% pervious, but if you have a driveway or whatever, you can do it 25% pervious with 15% pavers. I think, in my opinion, thinking about this and all the backlash I've gotten from it, I would like a strict pool ordinance, and I like your idea, any lot smaller than 50 by 100 shouldn't have it. And there's some lots, if they can't meet their setbacks, they shouldn't have it. That's depending where the house is placed, because otherwise a pool is so close to the neighbor.
Excuse me, Nancy, I'm sorry, the 12 feet, Don, that you asked, is that for equipment or is that for the swimming pool itself?
For both. I think noise associated, there was a complaint about noise associated with the pool equipment, okay? And the noise associated with the pool equipment could be a ventilated building. It should be part of the 35%, and it should be 12 feet away from the property line. A piece of information that's missing is we recently reduced the impervious surface from 75% to 60. And I've heard a lot of comments that we've had 70 pools built in the last 2 years. I would think that at the 60%, you're not going to get as many pools that were built when it was at 75%. So I'd be really interested in knowing how many pools have been built under the 60%.
Okay.
What I would suggest for this is everybody gets 3 minutes. and we write down the questions and we answer it. Because if we go on like this, it's going to be 10 minutes per person and we'll be here till 2 o'clock.
I'm done.
Does
I
anybody
interrupted
else have
Nancy,
a
Ken.
3-minute opinion?
Ken, Nancy, do you have anything? I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I don't know where she is.
Nobody on the land use board has a thought on this?
So I'll
Yeah,
go.
I do. I have a
I'll
thought.
be,
If
I'll
you-
be real
Can
quick.
you hear me? It's Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. I disagree with including pools with buildings. They're two separate items and should remain separate. A building is classified very differently than a pool. Okay. I looked at the county rules regarding residential pools, and I think the county trumps the town anyway. But to be brief, I'll say one thing. I had several, but I'll say one thing, that the discharge from the pool should go into the wastewater system so that water can be recollected and reused. That would address the aquifer issue and any discharge into the street where people get concerned about the bay. That's all I have to say on that. I have more, but I won't.
Anybody else?
This is Scott. I have a question about the first comments that were made. 50 by 100 or 50,000 square feet?
50 by 100, 5,000 square feet would be, yes.
One or the other, or both criteria?
No, if your lot's under 5,000 square feet, no pool allowed.
Okay, so it's 5,000 square feet, not exactly 50 by 100 dimensions.
Right.
Okay.
I have a question to Joe. This is Penny. You were saying you thought that the wastewater from the pool should be recovered and reused. How does that work?
Okay, if you, all this information is available online. You could look at the county laws. It's a long document. It's 87 pages, but there are strict guidelines on the way water should be discharged properly from a pool. And it's explicit where it says that the wastewater from the pool should go into, or the backwash or whatever it's called, that should go into the wastewater line so that it doesn't even go into the street at all. And it's actually
sewage.
Sewer, right?
The
It's just
sewage.
gonna
You
be-
have a solid.
The sewage, not sewer, sewage.
Okay, got it.
Hey, Joe, this is Don. Question for you. When you say the wastewater from the pool, I would assume it's also the wastewater associated with the construction of a pool, because that's where you have the sulfur smells. So if you're constructing a pool, as well as the wastewater from the pool, all that water that's used in it, that's being dewatering of the property, has to go into the wastewater treatment plants.
That is correct. The water from the pool, when it's discharged, goes into the wastewater line. And if anything, I might want to add that when pools are being constructed, they should automatically connect the pool discharge right to the wastewater line so that it wouldn't even go in the street. Now, I could see that being added to our ordinance, but that's already on record at the county level. And any description of how discharge water for pools should be managed, that's already documented. What I'm saying isn't anything new. So that would take care of issues regarding wastewater, pool water going into the street. It would eliminate that totally.
Anybody else?
Nicole,
So,
you trying to talk?
You're muted.
All right, you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm just trying, I do not believe a pool should be a part of the lot coverage. So that's how I feel on that. But I had a couple questions for Frank. First, let me just say that the ordinance does not propose a change to the limit of impervious lot coverage of a particular property. In the case of a homeowner would decide to reduce the building footprint in order to have a pool, what benefit was accomplished? In other words, to say it is not okay to have a pool because your house is too big is suggesting what exactly? What does the size of a person's house have to do with a pool if impervious coverage is not taken into consideration differently in any way? I mean, I'm just trying to say, before we start imposing a burden on the public, you need to make sure it's fixing a problem. And so, Frank, I'm trying to understand the problem. Are we, when you dig a pool, is it really affecting the water table? Can you answer some of those concerns that were brought up before?
Well, one of the concerns was, are we taking away from drinkable water? And we're not. There are different aquifer levels, and the water we draw for our potable water is 600 feet in the ground. So the area of some of these aquifers that are near the surface are not used to draw potable water. So, you know, the dewatering aspect of this, from the standpoint that it's depleting our drinking water supply, doesn't work based on how we draw water from the ground at 600-foot depth through the Kirkwood aquifer. So really what seems to be happening here is this whole dewatering thing has become a big issue. Joe had a good point. They do allow you to discharge water into the sewer system. I've had the situation in other towns where, they are dewatering to take care of a gas station, or I know the electric company is going to dewater, and you can get a special permit from the county utility authority to discharge that water. The problem is when they discharge hundreds of thousands of gallons of water into our local sewer system, at the end of the day, the borough Beach Haven pays the county to treat that. So what the other towns do when they have that situation is they require a meter to be installed on the discharge of the dewatering system, and they pay a fee per 1,000 gallons of water that they pump out of the ground that goes into the sewer. One of the big problems right now we have is when you have a pool up on Atlantic Avenue and you dewater, your water has to run all the way down to Bay Avenue before it goes into a storm drain. The storm drains at Beach Ave and Atlantic Ave only allow the water to go under the road and come up and then go down the gutter. So when somebody dewaters a pool for 7 days, everything turns green and slimy because it's not going into the sewer. So, from a dewatering standpoint, there is an option, and pool companies would have to be forced to meter the flow and pay additional charges to discharge all that water directly into the sewer.
That's a good option.
Yeah, so my point is, I think you want to fix the dewatering problem, so why can't there be a new ordinance or something be addressed to put stringent requirements on that and not take their rights away from people? Why take them away if we're not solving a problem? That's right. What I don't understand.
Yeah, I think the problem is the main big problem that we see is dewater.
Okay, so what can we do?
Well, I just mentioned what you could do. You could require it to be discharged into the sewer and get a special permit from the county, and then pay a fee for that discharge.
Yeah, right. And the staining that's happening too, isn't there a bond that's taken out?
I don't know. I don't know if they take anything out for that.
Well, shouldn't there be a bond for the work that gets done for the pool? Right. And if something happens, they'll have to replace the sidewalk.
Right. I mean, what happens is with the iron content in the surface groundwater, you get all the brownish coloring, and it's very hard to power wash that. So you're right. You're going to start replacing umpteen yards of sidewalk. We're better off having it discharged into the sewer system.
Okay.
And keep it off the surface.
Frank, wouldn't it be easier to monitor the discharge right from the valve, the hose, and monitor it right there before you
Yeah,
dump it into the stores?
That's where you meter it. You put a
Right.
meter on the pipe that discharges to the sewer.
But the pool company
Know how
pays
many
for it.
gallons
It
of
doesn't,
water.
That.
Frank, it doesn't get paid for by the borough. That's
No,
privately paid
sorry.
for.
That's passed on to the pool
When
owner.
the water gets discharged into the sewer, the Ocean County Utility Authority determines all this flow, and I think somehow there's a charge coming back to the borough through their county utility authority payment for treating this excess water. So the more water you pump into the sewer, the more your county bill goes up. So you have to have a way to recoup that from the pool company or the individual installing the pool, and you meter it and charge them whatever our rate is for the sewer. We have sewer rates for people discharging water. I think right now they base it on your water usage. It would be the same for a pool discharge.
Right.
This is hand raised.
So the other thing too, is the more limitations we put, it's a resort community. I know it seems kind of silly and dumb when you have the Atlantic Ocean as your pool, but you have a summer where,
Getting out of control.
I'm sorry. So have a summer that the water is freezing cold and the people that maybe can't go in the ocean, they want to swim in a pool. If they have the money for it, who are we to say no? They're just going to go to the next town. Then you're going to start taking away from, if it's a rental property, people are not going to rent their homes because they don't have the amenities that they require or that they want. We're putting a bad restriction on the town.
I have a question. What about Don's suggestion about tanker trucks to fill in empty pools? So the water just goes in the truck or comes out of the truck?
A lot of companies already do that.
Well, could that be something we require of the pool owners? I don't know. Is that going too far?
That's something the council has to come up with. I don't know. Are we supposed to give them recommendations?
I think they're listening to what we're saying. I think that's what Nancy wanted.
But I would also think that we're going to send a letter after this, and you do give recommendations of whether you're in favor of this and whether you feel there should be some modifications, or you feel they should go in another direction, or you stay with this. However, you make changes to it. I mean, that's what the board. That's why it comes to the board to take a look at it as it affects the zoning. The way it's presented to us. It's a zoning ordinance.
And by all means, that shouldn't be rushed.
And the whole impervious, like Don said, I mean, this, I can name, I'm not going to say, but when I drive around, I understand lot coverage and everything and impervious. And so there are some pools that I don't know how they got built in this town on the lots that they're on. So I'm just saying, with the 60% in effect right now, and maybe monitoring more the site plans and the process, I think you're going to see a reduction in pools. It has to happen.
I'd like my 3 minutes if I could. I agree with Don on the 50 by 100. I think that's a step. I also agree with the setback. I think that what Frank said about monitoring the dewatering is, quite frankly, essential, but I'm most concerned that we don't take away a property owner's right to be able to improve their property. That's not our job. That's the only thing I'm concerned with.
I had a question for Frank.
Yeah.
Can our sewer infrastructure take a whole bunch of dewatering happen at the same time?
Does all summer.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we've run
on
into
top
it
of
where,
it, you know.
I don't know if we've run into it where 5 people are putting pools on the same street. I mean, obviously, if you do, it could be an issue.
It's a good flush.
Yeah, but
You know, you probably would back the sewer up possibly, but, you know, but I mean, people, you know, I remember years ago, I mean, a lot of times when they used to jet piling, they used to run hose like 3 blocks to the bay to get water from the bay or from the ocean. So, you know, somebody might have to run a hose of, you know, a block to get into a sewer manhole. I don't necessarily think you would put it through the 4-inch lateral on the house. I think you'd have to physically go to a manhole and have a hose going in the manhole and monitor it, you know, monitor it with a meter.
And you can restrict the time of year that a pool can be built.
That's true
so
too.
you don't hit the summer impact.
Yeah,
I think it is restricted
it
already.
should be restricted.
I thought it was.
I think it is.
It is.
Yeah, we already restricted the time when pools can be built.
I don't think
We
you can
put
put
some
them
pretty
in
serious
line up.
restrictions down.
Right.
Any comments as far as the environment? Is there any evidence that these pools are bad for our island? I mean, that's another issue. Anybody have, Nicole, I know you were gonna call the DPA and.
The DEP, I had just because on my lagoon, somebody had put a pool in and had gotten approval because they went directly to the DEP, and I asked I'm just curious, are pools that bad? And the pools, from what I heard, that it's the dewatering is the problem. But if the dewatering gets addressed, then you're okay. I mean, I'm sorry, if you stop all pools in Beach Haven, but don't do it for the whole entire island, I just don't know how stopping all pools is going to save the island.
Is there a difference in pool type, chlorine versus salt-based water?
Jim
There's two types of
Markowski
pools.
told me that most of the pools now are saltwater based, not chlorine based. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he said.
I've heard that too, but does it matter?
I don't know.
When you
still have to
backwash,
disinfect your pool. I don't think it matters.
and if you
I think the
backwash your
level of
filters,
chlorine's pretty low.
backwash your filters, you don't have to worry about the runoff polluting the bay with chlorine.
That's where I
So if
was
you
going.
took Don's plan, that would address all that.
Well, shouldn't all the backwash go to the
To
sewer
the sewer.
system?
So that
Yeah.
should be addressed. Yeah, that should be in the plan.
And
I
shouldn't
thought
any
it
time
did.
they partially empty a pool, all that should go to the sewer system and not on the street? I mean, you want to control the water in that pool.
I mean, I've heard that there is no particular environmental concern with pools themselves.
No, but it's how you maintain them.
So
Okay,
maybe-
well, why don't you guys, maybe Stu can write a little summary of what you said and the council can debate this issue? I mean, I heard it and Dan heard it, but.
Doesn't
Yeah.
sound very positive, does it?
No, I mean, I think what you're saying is you would rather us not count the pools as part of the building, the 35% of building, but we should develop much stronger mechanisms to make sure that the dewatering of the pool is done properly, and also a much stronger policing of the rules we already have as to when you can actually build a pool and put it in and that sort of thing. I think that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Sizable lot, yes.
And the setback.
The
Setback.
size a lot.
Out pumping structures,
Yes, to deal with the noise.
noise.
Enclosed. I like everything Don said.
The only last thing about noise with the noise to the pool equipment, isn't that kind of like noise from an air conditioner as well?
No,
It
it's
has to be-
louder.
There is a noise limitation on what an air conditioner can be.
Yeah, so I'm
I
just
had to
saying,
deal with
like,
it.
yeah, so a pool equipment, is it louder than air conditioning? Like, it'd be interesting for
Yeah.
someone to,
I think it probably is.
It
It all
is.
depends. It depends.
The real noise from the pool comes at midnight when the renter's there and everybody's in the pool.
but there is a
That's the
noise
real noise.
ordinance. This is my thing with it. There is a noise ordinance. And so that should be, you should be able to call the police and have the police come and deal with the noise ordinance.
But it isn't like decibels. Like
No,
if
it's
people are
just
having
noise.
a party, then they're gonna call, outside, then they're gonna call because it's like the decibel of the noise it's not that bad.
You're not to be able to hear it from so many feet.
Yeah, I don't think we can call the police to come because
Yeah,
of
we
that.
can. People
the
do
noise
it and we
filter.
respond.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
that's why there's a noise ordinance.
Yeah, I've been to a lot of parties where there's pools, and it's not the people in the pool that's causing the noise. It's the people that are standing around the pool that's causing the noise.
All right.
Well, okay.
We got something done.
You got some good notes, Stu?
Yeah, I do, and I'll call you tomorrow to finish it up. I'll prepare a draft. I'll get it to everybody. I'll work on it in the morning. I'll get to it tonight and we'll get it out.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank
Can
you
we
so
make
much.
a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.